Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Garodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission and Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's meeting of January 7. We have several votes and public hearings lined up for today's agenda, starting with a vote on a special permit for the Seaside Park and Community Arts Center on Coney Island. This application by the New York City Economic Development Corporation, the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, and Seaside Park LLC seeks approval for the ongoing use of the Seaside Park Community Arts Center and looks to create additional public open space for this community. Heading to Queens, the Commission will also vote on a mixed-use building at 3301 11th Street in Ravenswood. This project would create over 250 new homes, of which nearly 80 would be income-restricted affordable. It would also include retail space as well as nonprofit office space and warehousing for food distribution for the Catholic Medical Mission Board. The site is close to Socrates Sculpture Park, Rainey Park, the Noguchi Museum, and the Q103 and 104 bus stops. And on Staten Island, we'll vote on authorizations to construct an in-ground pool with a pool house and cabana at 87 Romer Road in Tote Hill, as well as a single-family home at 507 Howard Avenue in Grimes Hill. Switching over to our hearings today, the public is invited to testify on the Arden Heights Woods stream restoration, an application from the Departments of Environmental Protection, Design and Construction, and DCAS. The proposal calls for establishing easements through two privately owned lots and purchasing another privately owned lot to allow for the enhancement of stormwater management and restoration and stabilization of area stream banks on Staten Island. We will also hold a public hearing on a vital infrastructure project by the Department of Environmental Protection, the Newtown Creek Combined Sewer Overflow Tunnel. Working with the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, DEP looks to acquire nearly 100 sites throughout Western Queens and North Brooklyn to facilitate the construction of a 3-mile-long tunnel with a 50 million gallon storage capacity. This tunnel would intercept the combined sewer overflow from 4 major outfalls during a storm event, reducing flooding around the creek and in neighborhoods like Long Island City, Maspeth, Blissville, Greenpoint, and East Williamsburg. Our next public hearing is on a proposal by the Department of Housing Preservation and Development to redevelop a city-owned building into a new mixed-use project with 200 income-restricted affordable homes at 1727 Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan. Of those homes, around 120 would be set aside as supportive housing and more than 20 would be dedicated as affordable senior housing. The building would also include a community facility to provide social services for the supportive and senior unit residents. Tenants would have easy access to the 145th Street stations for the 1, as well as the A, B, C, and D trains. The building would also be close to Jackie Robinson and Riverbank State Parks. We'll also hold public hearings on 2 proposed historic district designations by the Landmarks Preservation Commission in Ditmas Park, Brooklyn. The Beverly Square West Historic District would cover an area between Argyle and Marlborough Roads and between Beverly and Cortelyou Roads. The Ditmas Park West Historic District covers an area located between Ditmas Avenue and Beverly Road, bounded by Westminster and Marlborough Roads. Finally, the public is welcome to testify on a commercial and industrial proposal at 20 Berry Street in Williamsburg. Located near McCarran Park, the building would create over 700 new jobs, include nearly 10,000 square feet of new public open space. Okay, that's it. That's all. Madam Secretary, I'll turn to you and let's get this meeting started.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely and in person in the CPC hearing room at 120 Broadway, Lower Concourse. Today is Wednesday, January 7th, 2026, and I will now call the roll. Chair Garodnick.
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Present.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Here.
Commissioner Crowell, remote.
Present.
Commissioner Dweck.
Here.
Commissioner Goodrich. Commissioner Kamani.
Here.
Commissioner Mann.
Here.
Commissioner Marin, remote.
Here.
Commissioner Osorio.
Here.
Commissioner Rompershad.
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, December 17th, 2025.
Great. I'm going to make a motion to approve those minutes of December 17th. Thank you, Commissioner Rampersad. For the second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, nay? Okay, minutes are approved.
Scheduling calendar numbers 1 through 4. Scheduling Wednesday, January 21st, 2026 for a public hearing to be held in person in the CPC Hearing Room, 120 Broadway, and remotely.
Great. I make a motion to approve the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. For the second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay, resolution is adopted.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 6. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Seaside Park and Community Arts Center Special Permit, Community District 13. Calendar number 5, C260026ZSK. Calendar number 6, C260027PPK. Calendar number 7, N260028ZRK. Calendar number 8, C260029PQK. Calendar number 9, C260012PPK, in the matter of applications for a special permit, disposition of city-owned properties, acquisition, and a zoning text amendment concerning Seaside Park and Community Arts Center special permits. For favorable reports as modified on calendar numbers 5, 6, and 9, and for favorable reports on calendar numbers 7 and 8. Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Kamani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes, and I wanted to thank the department so much for facilitating the conversation with EDC. Thank you for the memo, and I just wanted to ask that we suggest that we please update the report to reflect their response on number 1, the clarification on the annual reporting that will already take place, and number 2, EDC's positive response of working with our community advisory committee to fully address the community board's concerns. Thank you.
Commissioner Rampersad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendars numbers 7 and 8, and favorable reports as modified have been adopted on calendar numbers 5, 6, and 9. Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 10 and 11, 33-01 11th Street rezoning, Community District 1, calendar number 10, C240334ZMQ, calendar number 11, N240335ZRQ, in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 33-01 11th Street rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 10 and 11, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Kamani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Rampersad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 10 and 11. In the Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 12 and 13, 87 Romer Road, Community District 2, calendar number 12, N260084ZAR, calendar number 13, N260085ZAR, in the matter of applications for the grant of authorizations concerning 87 Romer Road. For the adoption of calendar numbers 12 and 13, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Kamani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann. Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Rampersad.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 12 and 13 have been adopted. Calendar number 14, 507 Howard Avenue, Community District 1, N260054ZAR, in the matter of an application for the grant of an authorization concerning 507 Howard Avenue. For the adoption of calendar number 14, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich. Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Rompershod.
Yes.
Calendar number 14 has been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 8.
Great. Before we turn to the public hearing section, I will just remind people who are here to testify to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. I will note for the technology team here that I do not have access to who is testifying at this moment in time, so I will need your assistance, Madam Secretary. So I'm flagging that for you. Okay. So we will open the public hearing on the first item, and I will ask you, Madam Secretary, to call who is coming to testify on this item.
The first public hearing item is Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 15, Community District 3, C250335PQR, public hearing in the matter of an application for an acquisition concerning Arden Heights Woods Restoration Stream, BMP HH2. There will be a 3-minute team presentation from the applicant. And we have Gary Ross, Christopher Connellan, and Dana Taplin.
Great. Welcome. Come right up. Welcome. Just make
Nicole
sure that
Pavez from DCAS is on Zoom.
we'll make sure that microphone is on for you. Let's give it a test. It is not on. There's a button right at the base there. There you go.
All right.
That should work. Welcome.
Thank you. And to advance the slides, it's this little
Yes.
device?
That's the magical device for you over there.
All right, good.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. Arden Heights is one of the Bluebelt watersheds in Staten Island. With this capital project, we are putting storm sewers and sanitary sewers and water mains in the streets, and then building 4 stormwater best management practices, 3 of them in Arden Woods Park and the 4th over here. I guess I don't know if I can do that, but anyway, all right. So AH2, so 2 of the BMPs, 2 of these stormwater practices require some acquisition to support the work of building, of restoring the streams downstream that receive the flows from the BMPs. One of them is at AH2, which is in this northerly area, and the other one is next to AH5. At AH2, there's an existing detention pond on the south side of Woodrow Road. The acquisition would be of a small lot, a partial acquisition of lot 156 right at the edge of the road, and then an easement within the designated open space of lot 1. The DOS is, of course, pursuant to the special South Richmond district. Next to AH5 is the rear easement in the rear yard of a private property there. So here's a close-up of AH2. That it's an existing detention pond. It's all overgrown. It's going to be renewed. The water flows from the BMP through a culvert under Woodrow and then into this stream here. So we're going to, the owner of lot 156 has filled and graded the lot. This is subject to a DEC wetland violation. This will allow us to clear the violation and to daylight the stream, build a new outlet, and then the acquisition in lot 1 in the DOS will allow us to continue the stream restoration about 400 feet into the woods from there. At AH5, this is Arden Avenue. There's an outlet. The stream continues up into Arden Woods Park. The BMP is in this outlined black area. And the existing stream is dug in against the rear of these residences on Halpin Avenue. In one case, there are collapsing retaining walls and a lot of erosion. And so as part of the building the BMP, which includes relocating the stream a bit into the park, farther into the parkland, we're going to grade that site and remove the retaining walls, which are already subject to a DEC violation. So the land use rationale is basically the This is a residential district. The stormwater work supports the land use. The existing streams are in terrible condition already because of stormwater flows. With the new sewers and the new capacity, the greater capacity of the BMPs, there will be increased flows, and we need to fix up these streams.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Commissioner Cerullo. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We have a couple of questions for you.
Just a quick question, and it's not so much on the merits of the application, which I completely support. Huge fan of the Blue Belt system and what it means, particularly in neighborhoods where the infrastructure has not yet met the reality, but also the preservation and sort of the environmental benefits of a Blue Belt system. Can you just describe briefly what the outreach to the affected private sector owners has been or will be in this process?
Right. So with the designated open space lot, the large lot there near Woodrow Road, there have been, well, I should say for all three, there were official letters that are required under the ULURP rules that went to all three. Also, separately, DEP sent less formal letters to all three property owners notifying them. The Department of Environmental Conservation sent letters to two of the owners with sort of connecting up the wetland violations with the project. I should say, I think that the DEC letter went to one owner. The other one, the lot 156, the DEC is going to be being in touch with them because they haven't issued a wetland violation yet. Also, we have DDC secured permission from the from the owner at 163 Halpin, which is lot 70 down there by AH5, secured permission back in the spring of last year to go onto the site and survey it, and the owner gave their sort of informal consent to both to the access to the property and to the idea of doing the work of removing those retaining walls, those collapsing retaining walls. We were out in the field recently, this past fall, and knocked at the door of 163 Halpin. No one was home, but anyway, so that and so I think that's the extent of the outreach. The Property Owners Association in Lot 1 have responded to the official communications. Okay. I think the owner of Lot 156 has yet to be found. The owner at down on Halpin Avenue is as far as I know, is so far agreeable to the idea, because of course in two of the three cases, the city's work will relieve them of the wetland violations that they're under obligation to correct.
Okay, I really appreciate that, and you covered all of the lots. Do we know? And again, this is not necessarily in the scope of this, but I'm just wondering from a process point of view, do we know that whether the action is for an easement on land an owner continues to own, or it's a full acquisition of a lot that's a private owner owns? Is there a monetary transaction that's involved in that between the city and the owner?
Well, I think in both cases there's a monetary transaction, right?
Regardless of whether it's the easement or it's the full acquisition.
The easement, of course, the owner remains the owner,
of course,
and the owner gets to use the property. It just can't build a swimming pool on it or something.
Correct.
But in this case, we're anticipating getting a firm idea of what it would cost to remove the wetland violations.
Sure.
Separately from the construction of the BMPs, and then to hopefully to be able to subtract that amount from the appraised value, so that in the transaction, the transaction reflects a credit to the city in.
Understood.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Sir, are you from DEP or DCAS? I didn't get that.
DEP.
DEP.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the hopefully unlikely, event where you cannot reach an agreement with the property owner, do you then go to eminent domain? What do you do then?
Well, I think that would be my DDC and DCAS colleagues over here. I think that would probably be the case, that, the city has the right to go through eminent domain if they cannot reach an agreement with the owner. That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Okay, I don't see other questions for you, so thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you for being here. I don't see members of the public wishing to be heard on this item, excuse me, calendar number 15, Arden Heights Wood Stream Restoration. So I will close the hearing on this item and we'll move on to the next.
The second public hearing is Borough of Queens and Brooklyn, calendar number 16 and 17, DEP Newtown Creek CSO Tunnel, Queens CD2 and CD5, Brooklyn CD1, calendar number 16 C260063 PCY, calendar number 17 C260064 PSY, public hearing in the matter of applications for site selection and acquisition concerning DEP Newtown Creek CSO Tunnel, and also notice a public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above action to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. The hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review. There will be a 10-minute team presentation.
Okay, that team includes David Lee, Kate Eden, Carol Estison, and Shelton Getter. Welcome. Whenever you're ready.
Thanks for having us. My name is Kate Eden. I'll be presenting on the Newtown Creek CSO Storage Tunnel project. As you mentioned, I'll be presenting this portion of the presentation with my colleague David Lee from the Bureau of Environmental Planning and Analysis. So this project is occurring around Newtown Creek, located along the border of Brooklyn and Queens. This project has two main drivers. The DEP is under consent order with New York State DEC to develop long-term control plans, or LTCPs, for each of their water bodies in order to analyze the best solution for controlling CSO, or combined sewer overflow, from entering these water bodies. The LTCP for Newtown Creek concluded that a tunnel is needed to collect flow from the 4 highest volume outfalls, which can store that flow until it can be treated at the plant. Newtown Creek has also been designated a Superfund site, with the City of New York listed as a potentially responsible party, also due to the CSO that enters the creek. So what is CSO? What is combined sewer overflow? The majority of New York City is a combined sewer system, meaning that our stormwater and our wastewater go into the same system. And when it rains, that system gets overwhelmed and it will overflow into our water bodies. So the solution for Newtown Creek is to construct a tunnel. It's a 3-mile-long tunnel, 50 million gallon storage capacity. You can see it here as a yellow line moving along the side of the creek. There will be drop shafts constructed at each of the outfall sites, which will send the flow down into the tunnel. The tunnel will culminate at a new tunnel dewatering pump station, which will then pump the flow out of the tunnel and to the adjacent Newtown Creek Wastewater Resource Recovery Facility for treatment after a storm. We're currently in design, and we have a consent milestone to complete by the end of 2040. So this is an overview of the tunnel system. It's a little busy. I'm not going to walk you through all of it, but you can see here that at the end of each of the branches of the creek, we're reconstructing the outfall to create a diversion structure that will send the flow to a new drop shaft, and those drop shafts will then send the flow down to the tunnel. The tunnel will flow roughly from the bottom of the screen at NCB 15, and will go all the way around to the new pump station, which is shown in sort of an orange color, and that will pump the flow to the new plant. So what is a TBM, or a tunnel boring machine? We'll be using a tunnel boring machine for this project. All the excavation will be done underground. As the excavation proceeds, concrete segments will be put into place immediately upon excavation to line the tunnel. Now I'm going to pass it to David to summarize our proposed land use actions.
Good morning, I'm David Lee. So in regards to proposed land use actions, DEP will require 2 ULURP approvals to facilitate the project. This would be site selection and combined site selection and acquisition. So give me one moment. These approvals would allow DEP to site infrastructure on city property and to acquire property interests to construction on private property. This figure shows the project area and the proposed tunnel alignment. There is a total of 99 tax lots in alignment with the orange area. 9 are city-owned, and the remaining 90 are privately owned. Please note that the alignment allows for changes as the design proceeds. Not all 99 properties will be used. We anticipate that will be needed to be built on. So we anticipate that the number will likely be around 70. However, some flexibility needs to be retained because of where the land use and design processes intersect. Of the 99 properties, 34 are in Brooklyn and 65 are in Queens. The vast majority are only for underground easements. Only a handful are for full site acquisition or surface easements. And all of these properties are within M industrial designated zoning.
Okay, so as mentioned, the majority of these acquisitions for the project are for subterranean easements. The tunnel will be located approximately 80 to 130 feet below ground. The requested easement is an area 60 foot wide and 85 foot deep surrounding the tunnel. The depth will vary along the tunnel alignment as it flows down towards the tunnel dewatering pump station. Within the easement, there are 2 zones. The area directly around the tunnel, which we're referring to as the exclusive zone, prohibits any disturbance of soil, as it's there to protect the tunnel itself. Directly above that is the non-exclusive zone, where development may be allowed but will require DEP's approval. I'm now going to walk you through the project sites from north to south along the tunnel alignment. This is the tunnel dewatering pump station site. This would be for site selection only. This property is currently owned by Department of Sanitation and is being transferred to DEP's ownership. The tunnel dewatering pump station will be constructed here. It will also be the base for tunnel excavation during construction. The TBM will be launched from this site. The next site is the BB26 outfall site. There are 3 properties that encompass the site. Here we'll be requesting a temporary surface easement during construction and an amended subsurface easement for the new outfall structure. At the existing outfall, DEP will be constructing a diversion chamber that will send flow to the new sewer line in the right-of-way, sending flow to a new tunnel drop shaft. The next is the NCQ 77 shaft and diversion chamber site. Here we'll be requesting to purchase 2 lots currently used for parking and material storage and utilize our existing DEP-owned lot during construction. Here, the flows that would have entered the creek at outfall NCQ 77 will be diverted and sent via a new shaft to the tunnel below ground. At this site, we'll be blocking a portion of the end of Railroad Place during construction. Therefore, a temporary road will be created to allow vehicular access out from the properties to from the end of the street, properties at the end of the street out to 49th Street. The next site is NCB 83 outfall site. Here we're requesting to purchase 1 lot, currently vacant, but previously used for parking and storage, and have a temporary easement during construction on a portion of an adjacent lot. At this site, we'll be constructing a new diversion chamber to divert flows from the outfall at NCB 83 to the new drop shaft. The last site is NCB 15 outfall site. Here we're requesting to purchase a property currently leased to FedEx as a distribution site. We'll also be requesting a temporary easement and amended permanent easement on the adjacent lot, which is owned by MTA. Here we're similarly be constructing a new diversion chamber and outfall structure, which will send flows to a new tunnel drop shaft. I'm going to pass back off to David.
Returning to the environmental review, specifically the environmental impact statement. So DEP prepared a draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS, in accordance with state and city environmental quality review guidance to consider and disclose potential impacts related to the proposed project. The DEIS notice of completion was issued September 5th, 2025. This slide shows all the impact categories that were considered. Next, the blue boxes shown here in this slide indicate where significant adverse impacts were identified for construction traffic and construction noise. For traffic, significant impacts were identified at 4 intersections. For construction-related noise, significant impacts were identified at the existing Nature Walk and the future North Henry Street restoration project in Brooklyn. These impacts will be associated with construction, and there are no impacts associated with the operation of the proposed project. Next slide shows overall project timeframe. The Euler completion would allow DEP to formally begin property acquisition later this year in advance of the first construction package starting in 2028, 2 additional contracts for the tunnel and pump station, and work going through 2040 to comply with the state order of consent. So this concludes DEP's presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions or go into additional detail about any aspects of the project. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Let me just start. I want to understand the full scope of what you're asking for. 99 tax lots are involved, 9 are city-owned, 90 are privately owned. Of the privately owned sites, you're seeking 29 subterranean easements in Brooklyn and 54 in Queens. So far, I'm with you? Mm-hmm. Okay. That's 83 subterranean easements. 9 city sites, that's up to 92. And there's 7 non-subterranean actions that involve private sites. Correct?
Can you repeat that last question? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just doing the math of like what's left over after you have the 83 subterranean easements, the 9 city sites, which are just site selections for this and that. Then you have 7 really above ground, I believe, non-city owned sites that are relevant for this conversation. Is that correct?
I think so, and the reason is because for city-owned, we included Long Island Railroad, which is under a lease to the city.
Okay.
So,
city-owned or leased.
Those would be city-owned sites, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the seven privately owned sites. You showed a few sites here in the presentation. I just wanted to understand if that was if we saw all of the 7 above ground privately owned sites.
Yes.
In the presentation here.
Yeah.
Right. That was what you went through. Those were the 7, basically. Is that correct?
Yeah. And if it would help, I can talk through site by site which ones are basically not a simple subterranean easement.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So this is a city-owned site, the TDPS. It's sanitation, so no acquisition involved. Bowery Bay 26, there are 3 tax lots shown in white. Lot 56 is privately owned. We need an easement. There's already an outfall there, so we need to change the easement to allow construction. Lots 86 and 150 are Long Island Railroad, so those are city-owned. We don't need to acquire them to, it's just site selection.
So there's an existing easement here, you just need, for construction purposes, an additional easement.
Yeah.
Temporary easement.
Okay.
Yeah, temporary for construction,
okay,
and to make sure that the easement allows for the diversion facility.
Okay.
At NCQ 77, Lot 26 is a DEP-owned site currently being used by the fire department on lease, but it's city-owned. Lots 225 and 240 are privately owned, and because they are where the diversion chamber needs to pick up the sewer flow to divert it to the tunnel, those are proposed for acquisition. If we go to NCB...
So wait, before you leave that one, today that's parking and material storage there.
Primarily parking, yes. No buildings.
Oh, okay, got it. No buildings. Material storage is out. It's out in the open, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Used by area businesses.
Okay.
Parking. Yeah. We get to NCB 83. Lot 85 is privately owned. That would be a shaft site. Lot 13 is also privately owned. We just need it for construction because of work along the bulkhead. So we do need permission to do temporary work there. So there's 2 private lots associated with Lot 85, but Lot 13 is just temporary surface easement.
And the current situation on Lot 85, the industrial use, is that what's the situation there?
It's either vacant or being used for storage. It's not an active business.
Not active, either vacant, but there's nothing built there. It's just open.
There's a small warehouse there on the
Can you just
left-hand side.
say that into the microphone,
Oh,
please?
sure. There's a small warehouse there. I don't know if that's shown better on the next slide. Yeah. So you can see the warehouse where the words Site 83-1 are. That's part of this property.
Okay.
The rest of the property is a paved lot.
Okay.
And then just to finish out, NCQ 15 has 2 lots. Lot 170 is privately owned, and Lot 162 is MTA, Long Island Railroad. So it's in the city's master lease.
Sorry, in 170, the current situation there, it says privately owned parking and industrial manufacturing use.
It's a warehouse that's leased to FedEx.
Okay.
And Lot 162 is used for parking by MTA, like access-a-ride type parking. And we would just need that for construction temporary. And there is an outfall there, so we would maintain an easement when we're done.
Okay, so which of the sites for which you need more than temporary access, or where there's not already an existing easement for something? What's new? Which is the property for which there would be a new need for acquisition that doesn't currently exist today? Is it maybe site 85, perhaps on one of the prior slides, maybe, but...
Well, so at site NCQ 15, NCB 15, lot 170 is a new acquisition. That would be lot 85 is a permanent need because of the facility. 13 is a temporary need. Lots 240 and 225 would be permanent needs to maintain the structures underground there. And at BB 26, lot 56, again, there's an easement. It would be a permanent easement. When we're done, the surface could be used again by that owner. And lot 86 and 150 are in the city's lease.
Okay, so it's really 85, 170, 240, and 225 where there is the permanent ongoing need for something.
Classic
so
acquisition.
That takes, yeah, okay. So whereas we start with 99, which sounds a lot scarier.
Yes.
It's really...
It's single digit,
right.
Actual, where we'd be acquiring the property.
Okay. And there's a lot of these which are actually subterranean easements for the tunnel and the tunnel boring machine to be able to operate.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Any way to quantify the benefits here? I'm going from the highly technical question of numbers and to the big picture here. There's obviously a consent order from DEC requiring the city to do this. What's the benefit? What's the what can we expect? How do we quantify or measure this?
So what we're looking to do is reduce, as I mentioned, the combined sewer overflow that enters the creek. Those 4 outfalls constitute 90% of the flow that goes into the creek. So by trying to collect from those 4, we're hitting the majority. We're able, in projections, to reduce the CSO entering the creek by 70%.
Sorry, 17?
70%. Another way that we like to look at it is those outfalls right now are overflowing between 20 and 40 times a year. So there's an overflow event that many times per year at each of these outfalls. We're reducing that to about 7 times per year.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Benjamin.
I think this is a great project generally, but I have a couple of things I really understand. The tunnel you are going to cite through here, what is the flow rate that it can go back to New Channel Creek? Once the event is over, the storm event, and you want to pump, assuming there's a pumping involved, back up to New Channel.
To the plant, you mean? To the treatment plant? It's a 40 million gallons per day pump station.
So if the tunnel is full, it's going to take minimum of 2 days.
A day and a quarter, right. Yeah.
And Newtown Creek, generally, what is the capacity of the MGDs, and what percentage of that capacity is generally used on a non-water event day?
So during dry weather flow, I believe the capacity is 380 MGD. The pumps would never turn on until there was capacity, plenty of capacity for the 40 MGD. So after a storm event, when we go back to dry weather flow,
how long would that period be
so
generally?
storms can vary directly right after a storm. So once the plant goes back into what they call dry weather flow, which can be a couple of hours, or however the duration of the storm is.
And with that long in the tunnel, is there any danger of the CSOs becoming septic?
No, it's never really in the tunnel for very long. As you mentioned, you can pump out a full tunnel in a day and a quarter. The tunnel is not going to be full. I think the tunnel is going to be full 1% to 2% of the year. Most storms are captured or not for the full tunnel. Most of the time, it's going to be a small volume within the tunnel that's being able to be captured. The full tunnel is for the much bigger storms a year, which are 1% to 2% of the time of the year. So let's say
that accounts for storm surge also. If
yes,
there's water from the water body coming.
It doesn't count for water from the water body, but it accounts for the storm that's hitting the street.
Okay. Two more questions, and then one is, how are you handling cleaning?
Sure.
The tunnel.
So this design team that is working on this has worked on a lot of CSO tunnels, nationally and internationally. So we have the opportunity to hear from other municipalities that have these in service.
I know Milwaukee has.
They put in, a lot of major cities do, yeah, Milwaukee has one. And what we've found is that you plan on maintaining the tunnel by going down into the tunnel between 5 and 10 year period, and that often. And often that's not, you don't need it that often. I guess what I'm trying to say. So we would have a contract, a maintenance contract. These shafts are large enough that you can bring equipment down there. You can bring a bobcat down there to clean out the tunnel, and it's not needed on less than a 5 or 10 year basis.
Okay, and that will assure there's no odors
Yes, so there is.
rising from the shafts?
So another thing is that we've looked at potential odors from other projects. There really aren't. It's very diluted flow for the most part. However, we are putting odor control at each of the shafts, so there won't be any emissions coming out of the shafts, which is where it could come out.
And how are you dealing with the floatables? As you know, all the stormwater, so to speak, that has lots of crap in it, including sometimes cars or parts of, so is there a weir system, or is there, how is that?
I didn't bring technical drawings like that, but yes, we have a cross section that shows the diversion chamber itself, that has a weir and a bar rack that will keep large things from entering the tunnel. But anything that can get through there, our pumps can manage pumping that out, and there'll be a screening chamber ahead of the pumps to also remove any other smaller debris.
And how often will that get cleaned?
At this point, we're not sure, but we're working on a maintenance schedule.
Okay, I'm just looking at the points where this project may intersect with the public being affected either by odors or by surcharging. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go to Commissioner Rampersad.
Thank you for the presentation. I have some similar questions as Commissioner Benjamin. So I just have two questions. With regards to the properties that are going to be impacted by this easement, will they be flagged in the Department of Building System in terms of if they want to do development on their land, do they need to get authorization from DEP, or they have to notify DEP prior to any work being done on their property?
I think we're trying to figure out how that's going to look right now. But yes, the short answer is there would be a way that we would be able to flag that property so that we would know if you were trying to develop within that easement area, that it basically would work like a certain permit approval.
Right. And on slide 11, I don't know if you could pull it up for a second, on the cross-section, which I appreciate showing the depths, because that was one of the things I was thinking about as you were describing the project. Will that be consistent throughout the entire 3-mile tunnel process, those depths?
Yes, so you'll see that it varies at the top. You'll see it varies from 25 feet to 75 feet, and that's because the tunnel itself slopes. It's also because the ground surface slopes. So, but the shape of the easement itself will be the same throughout.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Sorio, and then Commissioner Mann. And we have lots of people to be heard on.
Thank you, Chair.
Others.
Thanks so much for your presentation, for addressing our questions. I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond a little bit to some of the conditions that were submitted by Brooklyn Number 1, Community Board Brooklyn 1, and the Brooklyn Borough President. So the first group of questions, I mean, and this is building on your response to a chair's question. So it's certainly commendable to aim toward 70% reduction, but the community board encourages you to think about increasing that to 90%. And so can you help us understand what would get you there? That's kind of like the first part of the question. Second part of the question, which I think goes together, is to what extent have you considered the use of green infrastructure as well with the proposed interventions?
Sure. So for the first question, under the LTCP, we were required to reduce the volume entering the creek at just the four outfalls by 62.5%. During this process, during what we call preliminary design, before we get into sort of detailed design, we looked at ways we could optimize the sizing of the tunnel and try to bring in as much more flow as we could. And we ended up incorporating another outfall. The fourth outfall was actually supposed to be a separate project that would just displace overflow to the East River. And we thought that kind of doesn't make any sense. Now getting into detailed design, let's incorporate that into the tunnel as well. So we're now looking at incorporating all four outfalls into the tunnel, and we're looking at a 70% capture for all of the creek, not just those four. So I think the original capture was like 50-something%. Now we're up to 70%. So as part of our design process, we optimized the size of the tunnel. At this point, we're moving forward with detailed design. It's how we were able to enter the ULURP process, is that we kind of settled on a diameter and a length of the tunnel. At this point, we can't really expand beyond that.
But, so it's clear that you're, going beyond the minimum. You're in fact expanding quite a lot. But I just don't understand why, what holds you from going even higher?
Sure. So what we look at is kind of look at a efficiency curve of like how much work are we doing versus how much benefit are we getting. If we went to a higher right now we're at 7 overflows a year. That's very good, and that's comparable with other cities. When you try to go down to a lower number, you're making the tunnel much larger. It suddenly becomes a much bigger project because you're trying to capture storms that are so much bigger, that don't occur very often. So it's not the best, I want to say, like bang for your buck. As far as like creating a larger tunnel, right now it's a $3 billion project. It's bigger than we thought it was going to be. You start seeing less return on investment as you get bigger.
Fair enough. I mean, I understand that in terms of normal conditions, but at the same time, this is a Superfund site, and this is severely vulnerable to weather events. So I'm just I think it would be important to fully address the question that the community board is asking in terms of, okay, let's understand sort of like what are those constraints. You're saying that there are constraints that don't allow you to go there, but if we can at least help explain to them, to the public, what those are, I think would be great. The second, and on green infrastructure, did you consider any green infrastructure?
So we are going to be doing green infrastructure on each of those project sites that we talked about, all those properties that we're purchasing. We're going to be managing our own stormwater on site. There will be green infrastructure as part of this project.
Can you share more details on the green infrastructure designs? I don't think we
Sure. Well, it's in design. It's in design right now. We haven't even started our stormwater plans really, but we have estimated like how much of the space would be needed to be planted green infrastructure. So actually a bio-retention practice of some kind, not just like permeable pavement or storage underground. There would actually be planting.
Sure.
So what that would exactly look like, at this point, we're still sorting that out.
Anything you can share with us would be highly appreciated. Sure. The second question is, so in terms of pollution controls, under severe weather and especially during the construction phase, so if there is another hurricane and you're in the middle of the construction, like what do you anticipate will be the way to manage potential additional contamination? Or the expansion or the dislodgement of contamination?
So during construction, there's a storm that impacts the creek or impacts the construction site?
Yes.
Okay. There's not that much we can do to prevent any work until this project is complete. There's what we're sort of calling an early benefit project, where we're actually creating the diversion sewer at BB26 that will bring that flow to the shaft. That work's going to get done early, and it will basically just be a small amount of capture. That's the only amount of capture that's happening early. I think it's like 7 million gallons. It's not very large in comparison to the 50 million gallon storage. Other than that, this project needs to be fully formed for it to function.
I know, I understand, but it's just, it's a necessary intervention. Don't get me wrong. I guess I'm just trying to anticipate, a Sandy type situation where the creek floods and you're in the middle of excavation. See, so I want to understand a little bit what can we anticipate, and to what extent can we mitigate that impact? The last question is, in terms of since there's a significant adverse impact, as you pointed out, on transportation during the construction phase, but both the community board and the Brooklyn Borough president are encouraging you to consider barging. I'm wondering, and given your location within a significant maritime and industrial area, your response to the WRP in that regard is very strong in terms of your support to water-dependent uses. So how do you respond to that? What are the opportunities to do that? I know the borough president specifically is asking you to consider a multimodal freight facility at Lot 170, Block 2974. So what are the opportunities here to support the advance of freight NYC and so forth?
Sure. So for the barging question, we selected that site, the DSNY site. It was a marine transfer station formerly. That's why we chose that site, is for the opportunity to barge. We are hoping to barge. At this point, we're looking at if it's possible, if it's feasible even to require a contractor to barge, but it's something we are interested in, and we're working through that. If there's a barrier there, we're working through that. As far as and that's the majority of the spoils, right, from this project are coming from that site. So the goal is definitely to barge it. The site is set up for that. As far as the second part, I did see that comment regarding the encouraging rail freight from the NCB 15 site. We're not sure how that would look. DEP is always interested in partnering on the use of their properties. Right now, we intend on using that site for both maintenance of the shaft and for some of our other BWSO vehicle storage. And that railroad itself, I believe, is owned by Atlantic Railroad. They're like partner with Long Island Railroad there. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure. So, open to discussions on how that could be done in the future, though.
Thanks so much for your transparency. And again, I just would encourage you to submit anything that you can to us in writing as a follow-up so we can make sure that we address the concerns and conditions that have been put forth.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mann?
Yeah, I just had a quick question about the kind of above grade condition. I know you all are focused obviously on the below grade here, but just for especially the larger sites, there's this question of what's the future of Newtown Creek look like? And obviously there's been some efforts that your agency has done with the waste treatment facility and creating some measure of public access, which I know is a delicate balance for this kind of heavy infrastructure projects. So I'm just trying to understand if there's any thought about, especially for the waterfront edge, how the open space strategy will unfold across Newtown Creek?
Yeah, there's currently no public amenity plan for this. I know there are a lot of public amenities that have been going up at the same time as this, like the Gateway to Greenpoint and the Henry Street Restoration Project. Those sites themselves will be used for maintenance of those facilities. They will likely mostly be paved, but again, we're trying to encourage the use of green infrastructure to make the sites not unattractive. We will be going through PDC for this, even though it's mostly just a parking lot. But that's the current plan.
So just maybe to follow up there, could you speak to more, especially on the, the larger sites like the Whale Creek?
Sure.
Yeah, why an open space move on the waterfront?
Site,
yeah.
I'm going to show it to you. That site is where the pump station will be located, so much more of a well-used site than the other sites where we're just going to have a shaft that's below ground.
Right.
There'll be very little surface expression. This is going to be a very large pump station facility. That big kind of orange block is a large, like 3-story building, basically. The majority of the site will be for the maintenance of this facility, and any, sorry, I thought you were going to say something, and any staff being able to come in and out, have parking, things like that.
Right, I guess that's what I'm pointing out is that, again, the northern edge of that site is adjacent to the creek, right? That's a waterfront edge, if I'm getting this right.
Yeah, the piers are at, you can't see it on this previous slide. Basically that big white box, that's at sort of like the northern end, the top of that property, that is the marine transfer station itself. That facility we're going to remove when it's complete, but there will still be piers there.
Yeah, so, again, I think this is a long-term project, right? It's over many decades in the making, and the Newtown Creek is a long-term sort of effort, right, in terms of getting the water quality to adhere to DEC standards. And just as the city is thinking about the future of Newtown Creek, they've made some moves, again, on the waste treatment site to find a way to incorporate public access.
Yeah.
And if we're looking 10, 20, 30 years down the road in the future of Newtown Creek, it seems like not thinking about the open space here a little bit more carefully would be a missed opportunity, especially for the larger sites.
Sure.
Where you're not going to do this, hopefully, again anytime soon, this level of construction.
Agreed, yeah.
And so I wonder whether there's some additional thought there around the site planning for the larger sites to consider open space connectivity over the long term, so that we don't miss an opportunity if a kind of strategy for Newtown Creek continues to develop over the next couple of decades. So I just would ask you to give that a little more thought.
Absolutely.
On the open space strategy. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Mann, Just also note, so we are still in design.
Yeah.
It's currently not part of the plan. This site does have the recently built nature walk. It will have in the future on the east side, the North Henry Street restoration and the gateway to Greenport. So there will be some features here. If there's a chance to add to it, it's something that can be considered. The plans right now don't rule it out, but it's not part of the plan.
Right. And again,
Just wanted to note that this particular site does have some of the few opportunities to bring people to water.
Understood. That's why I'm highlighting it a little bit in terms of continuing that connectivity. I know there's bits and scraps of open space along this creek edge, community garden here.
Could something complement it?
Yeah, and without creating a dead-end open space that nobody's going to actually use, which I know is a balancing act here. So I guess I would just ask you all to think a little bit more about, for the larger sites where the city is making a significant investment, wouldn't it make sense to try to piggyback on open space strategy with that? That seems to tie into the green infrastructure questions you're already speaking to as well.
It's a natural question, and we can think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you can get back to us, as we consider this, that'd be helpful, where you see the opportunities. And understanding the conflicts here are real and that we shouldn't create open spaces where nobody's going to use, but there's a longer-term question, I think, of the creek access too. So thank you.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thanks, Commissioner. Okay, thank you all very much for being with us. We're going to move to a public comment, and before we do, I'm going to ask our secretary to make a quick announcement, and then I will call the first several people.
Thank you, Chair Garodnick. We have made an update correction to our calendar page to correct the meeting ID numbers for listening to this hearing by phone or for testifying by phone. So those numbers have been updated on our calendar page. For the record, the links to register and enter the Zoom have always been correct and continue to be correct. So now let's start the public testimony.
Great, thank you. And for members of the public, we're going to start with Ronald Ingber, followed by Adrian Cooper and Lisa Solomon. Mr. Ingber, welcome. Whenever you are set and ready, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. I own a property, 3930 Review Avenue, which is right under, or abuts the tunnel. The tunnel is going to run through Review Avenue. We're getting very little reach out from DEP and anyone else involved in the project. We get slides that we came to a meeting, but if we didn't come to a meeting, we wouldn't even know anything about this. There's an easement they're looking for under our building, so I just have some notes. If we're going to be spending billions of dollars to clean storm effluent, it's only really for 20 to 30 days, is what they're saying. Out of that, the rest of the use of the tunnel is going to sit with a little bit of water, I assume. My questions are, what happens to the East River, which also gets overflow during these big storms? It ends up in the creek because of the ebb and flow of water. The creek is connecting to the river on both sides. The impact of digging under a 100-year-old building, where we're getting no reports from any architects about what the effect is going to have. The easement they're looking for is going to go underneath our building at they're telling me basically the front wall of our building. We have a 50,000 square foot building. We're a manufacturer. We employ 45 to 50 people. We've been there a long time. So that's a concern. We don't know exactly. They're saying it's not going to affect us because it's 100 feet down, but we have no idea if the building's going to get shaken up, and it's built with brick and wood. Second is the impact on the land quality, as areas are impacted by two Superfund sites. To one side, we have Phelps Dodge Superfund site, and at the other end of Review Avenue, we have the Standard Oil Pratt Oil Works. So there are two cleanups going on in the area. Standard Oil already has monitoring wells on our building inside and outside. All right, we manufacture cleaning chemicals. We make cleaners and detergents, a lot of them used in the city. So we are concerned by soil being disturbed. Obviously, if soil is disturbed by this tunnel making machine, what's going to end up as coming to the surface? So will our property value go from millions to zero or minus? We have to clean it up. So that's we want to get some assurances. We're getting not much of anything. The easement, we believe, coming under our building should come with a cost, either through a tax abatement or some type of compensation, especially if they are going to disturb the soil that's going to be found under our building. And one day someone has to do a phase 2 and bore down. I don't know how far down the borings go. I think 25 to 100 feet. This tunnel's going to be close.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, wait, before you go, Commissioner Dweck has a question, and I would just note from my own perspective, I'm sorry that you haven't heard anything beyond public engagement, although any authorization that we might give here does not immediately do anything. They would need to, in fact, engage with you as a matter of law. So there is that, just for your information here. But go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I was just wondering, have you discussed with them, or maybe your insurance carrier, is there any insurance indemnification for any potential?
We haven't pursued that yet. And one other thing, they built a bike lane just recently down all of Review Avenue, all right? So we're already limited with parking, so we're concerned at the end of the block, which is one of the sites for the pumping, that we're not even going to be able to get deliveries, all right? I mean, we're an industrial area, Review Avenue. I think every building on Review is going to be affected by this, and I might be the only one here, but certainly there is an attorney that wants to represent all of us. I don't know if we have to invest money in this project, so we need to get some more information. If we'd appreciate if we can not just barrel this through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Adrienne Cooper. Ms. Cooper, welcome, followed by Lisa Solomon.
Hi, actually, I'm Naomi Cooper, just to correct the record. So I'm here testifying on behalf of Cooper Recycling and 123 Varick Avenue, LLC, which are located in Block 2974, Lot 51. We received a notification, also very, very minimal communication about this, but in October we received a notification that, or request to donate an easement, a subterranean easement underneath our property. Cooper Recycling operates the city's largest construction and demolition debris transfer station at 123 Varick Avenue. We're permitted by both the state and by the city, and we provide a critical infrastructure service for New York City. The proposed easement intersects, or subterranean easement intersects our driveway in 2 locations, and we're concerned that while the easement is below grade, the construction and ongoing maintenance of the proposed infrastructure will interfere with our operations and seriously impede, if not prohibit, our ability to actually operate. I have received, there's very minimal information, and there's nothing specific to our property that's actually available online right now, so I don't know the extent of the project. But we're open 24 hours a day, 6 days a week. We are permitted to process more than 5,000 tons of material a day. 450 trucks come over this driveway every single day to deliver material to us. We've invested in significant infrastructure to be able to recycle on this site. We're the only C&D transfer station in New York City with direct access to rail, and the only facility that ships material out via rail. Waste Management, under contract with the DSNY, also uses the same roadway to transport material from their facility, which is directly over this same road, and their use is pursuant to an easement between 123 Varick Avenue, LLC, and Waste Management. So Waste Management is also under contract with the city to use this road, and we have to provide them access. So the proposed easement intersects the only access road to the facility, and it's just north of our 2 in-ground scales. And if we can't have trucks come into our facility, we obviously can't operate. So we have significant concerns about this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Osorio, Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just a quick clarification. Do you mind summarizing a little bit besides the letter that you got? Have there been any meetings? Has the city reached out in any other way? Have you been explained by any other agency or anything else?
No, so we received a letter, I think it was in October, which we responded to, requesting that we donate the easement. We responded that we had significant concerns and that we were not going to. We received another letter a couple of weeks later I think it was dated October 28th, about a hearing on November 3rd. I think we got the letter after the hearing. We were not able to attend the hearing, and there's no information available online about what occurred at that hearing.
Thank you.
Or sorry, not a hearing, a Community Board 1, I guess, meeting. It wasn't a hearing, but.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin?
Good question. How many employees?
We have over 100 employees.
And this is putrescible as well as a CND facility?
It's only non-putrescible. It's only construction and demolition.
Okay, so just a CND.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you.
Let me move on to Lisa Solomon, followed by Alia Bethea and Naomi Cooper.
Good morning. Lisa
Morning.
Solomon on behalf of the owner of 3898 Review Avenue. Like various of the other people who've spoken, my client has received minimal information. In fact, probably even less than the other people who have spoken previously. We were informed back in October that my client's property was potentially within the zone and the route of the tunnel. And we have not received any drawings or other information to give us an understanding of what exactly was being planned with regard specifically with my client's property. We also did not receive timely notice and were not able to attend the prior meetings, but I'm here today. I did speak to a representative of the DEP in advance of this hearing, and I was advised that my client's property is within a group of properties that, even though that they have received notice that there's an application to purchase a subterranean easement, that we are actually not within the route currently of the proposed tunnel. We'll be following up with the DEP afterwards to receive formal confirmation that we are not within the route, and hopefully that will resolve the issue. I'm told that if their plans proceed as they are currently proposed, that we should not be within the route of the tunnel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Alia Bethea, Naomi Cooper, followed by Thomas Matuzas on Zoom. Welcome.
Good morning. Before my time starts, I represent several landowners and business owners. Is it possible to get 3 additional minutes to speak?
I'm sorry.
No?
That is not possible.
Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Ali Bethea, and I'm an attorney from Cy Padgett and Rizal, speaking on behalf of several of my clients who are owners of properties in Brooklyn and Queens along the Newtown Creek that will be directly impacted by the proposed Newtown Creek's combined sewer overflow storage tunnel project, and other business owners whose businesses will be significantly impacted during construction of the project. As the previous individuals mentioned, the project has consistently failed to adhere to the notice processes, encroaching on the due process rights of several landowners who are directly impacted by this proposed construction. 2 of my clients in particular, Torino and Jetro, have consistently received advance notices of public hearings that were sent to the incorrect recipient, received after the meeting at issue, or sent by DEP on the last lawful day to post with intervening holidays and weekends, making actual awareness and therefore attendance by my clients less likely. Had this occurred only once, we might be understanding, but the consistency of the deficiencies in notice appears to be calculated to minimize public participation and rush through a project that will significantly impact a large number of property owners, businesses, and residents. The Seeker Technical Manual also requires that the lead agency hold public meetings and hearings that are accessible to all anticipated or potential participants, and this is a particularly controversial project, so to ensure this is a fair process, additional hearings are not just advisable, they are necessary. Turning to the substance of the DEIS, The analysis of traffic impacts is deeply flawed and inadequate. Despite the lengthy construction period and anticipated traffic impacts, there have been no consultation with relevant community boards, transportation committees, and the DEIS fails to sufficiently discuss the impacts of new traffic patterns on business operations. The proposed CSO storage tunnel will also interfere with the stability of existing buildings along the tunnel route, which is too nebulously defined at present, with the potential route covering several city blocks at points. This is not merely a technical issue, but has practical implications for safety of affected buildings. Our clients are also particularly concerned about the limitations imposed by the proposed subterranean easements on the development potential of their properties. For example, we know that the agency was not aware of 100-plus foot structural piles on one of our clients' property that may lie directly in the tunnel's path. So both the ULURP and secret processes require that these potential impacts be considered. In addition to failing to analyze fully the potential impacts of the proposed project, the DEIS fails to adequately analyze the alternatives. The DEIS states that additional alternatives did not require analysis because DEP did not identify any alternatives, but there is no precedent for foregoing an alternatives analysis merely because other alternatives would have also had unmitigated impacts. There's also a lack of clarity regarding funding. Neither the DEIS nor any comments during that include the cost to acquire the property rights and account for reductions in the potential development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being with us. Okay, next up is Naomi Cooper. I'm sorry, before you go. Commissioner Mann has a
Yeah, I just
question.
had a quick question. Have you reached out directly to DEP to request a meeting?
Yes, we actually were able to speak with them yesterday, and some of these concerns were raised with them then. Yep, and we'll also be submitting additional written comments.
Right, because I imagine a lot of the detailed questions that you're describing, the location of the piles with respect to the tunnel, is going to be questions that get resolved in staff coordination discussions, less at public hearings around seekers. So I just want to make sure that conversation is happening. It sounds like DEP is meeting with you all.
We were able to meet with them yesterday, yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We already had Naomi Cooper, so we're going to move on to Thomas Matuzas on Zoom.
Thomas, can you hear us? You need to unmute.
How is that now? Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tom Matuzas. I'm a lifelong resident of the Blissville section of Long Island City, living in the home my family established in 1907, living with my great aunt of 95 years who was born in the home. I serve as a board member with Newtown Creek Alliance, a board member with the NYPD 108 Precinct Community Council, and today I am here testifying as the secretary to the Blissville Civic Association. We represent the interest of the 1,200 or so people living and sheltering in the Blissville section of Long Island City. First, we agree with the need for the tunnel. Where we disagree is the analysis done with the DEIS as required by New York State law regarding disadvantaged communities such as Blissville, Census Tract 199. We are here today seeking your support and approval of the modifications we have sought and have been unanimously approved by Community Board 2 of Queens and Borough President Richards. The DES, as required by state law, has to identify the harm that may come to us. And it's done that in terms of the 10-plus year project where we will see increased traffic, noise, vibration. What we don't see is any mitigation. And we would argue that the purpose of the state law is to ensure disadvantaged communities are not left behind. So we did some work for DEP, and we've suggested the mitigation strategies that can be done as it relates to Blissville. Again, it's not enough just to identify the harm that may come to us. We seek investments. I would also add, if I may, in 2024, we sought investments through another project, the One Long Island City Plan. And at a land use meeting with Department of City Planning, they argued that we would see investments as part of the CSO tunnel. We don't see those investments as part of the plan. Today, we heard from DEP. All of the green infrastructure they spoke of is in Brooklyn. We don't see anything in Queens. So again, please, it's part of the record, the recommendations from CB2 of Queens, from Borough President Richards. We implore this team to vote in favor of the tunnel with the modifications. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Henry Smith, who's here with us in the room, followed by Willis Elkins, and then Tanya Oberoi. Mr. Smith, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Newtown Creek CSO Tunnel. I'm Henry Smith, the Senior Manager of Economic Development at Long Island City Partnership. The LIC Partnership is the local nonprofit economic development organization in LIC. While we support the project's core objective to divert sewage water from entering the creek and instead sending it to the recovery facility, we have concerns with the construction period impacts and easement process. DEP has sent out letters to impacted property owners asking for a donation of a subterranean easement for the tunnel to pass under, but there hasn't been clarity on compensation or how the tunnel will impact the soils under their building. While this is a heavy industrial neighborhood now, who knows what the zoning will be in the future, and this tunnel could prevent properties from permanently digging in necessary spots for future development. Many of the properties fall in a Superfund site with heavily polluted liquids and soils under and surrounding them, and owners are concerned that during the boring or tunnel operation process, these pollutants will shift under their building. We ask that DEP puts it in writing that the tunnels will not create a migration of pollutants under the private property and have meaningful conversations with owners on compensation, as it has become clear that the location of the tunnel can no longer be adjusted. This portion of LIC is a primary industrial area as identified in the newly released industrial plan. These businesses heavily rely on traffic flow for timely deliveries along with parking spots for their many employees. As stated in the DEIS, this project will add substantial vehicle traffic from trucks and employees working and passing through this already congested area. During peak hours, it often takes 30+ minutes to pass through a 3-block corridor and even longer when the John J. Byrne Bridge is up for boats to pass through. Businesses have been firing employees and moving their operations to other locations due to these current traffic and parking conditions this past year and are fearful what this congestion means for their operations. We ask that DEP adjust the construction hours to avoid peak hours of traffic and that DOT accounts for the heavy business traffic that passes through the corridor during specific times. Also to have DEP commit to finding parking locations for their construction employees. And then since this will be an 11-year process with multiple stages, we also request that DEP has a community liaison that will notify stakeholders on construction times, parking spot closures, and other disruptions to allow for employees, residents, and businesses to account for the added disruption. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Willis Elkins on Zoom, followed by Tanya Oberoi. I will note if you want to be heard on calendar 1617, now is a good time to sign up because we're getting close to the end. Do we have Mr. Elkins?
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name's Willis Elkins. I'm the Executive Director of the Newtown Creek Alliance. We're a community-based organization dedicated to revealing, restoring, and revitalizing Newtown Creek, which, as we know, is one of the country's most polluted waterways located in the center of New York City. We've heard a lot about the advantage and the benefits of this tunnel, and overall, we are supportive. We have argued for many, many decades about the need to curtail the over 1 billion gallons of combined sewage that enter the creek every single year. We do wish the project captured more than 70%, and we have been told by DEP in the past that one of the advantages of a tunnel is that you can add capacity in the future. So just as Community Board 1 in Brooklyn asked, we would also like DEP to continue to consider ways to get beyond 70% capture. I'd also note too that there's only 4 outfalls. There are over 20 outfalls in the entire creek. So while the big 4 are going to be addressed and reduced to about 7 events per year, those other outfalls are still going to happen on a regular basis. While we're supportive of the project overall, I also want to quickly, offer support for the businesses that we've heard from. It is really unfortunate that a project with long overdue pollution mitigation benefits may see further delay because of poor coordination with key stakeholders. So we're very hopeful that we can get more clarity around these easements and get that issue resolved. The main thing I want to bring up today in our testimony, and we'll submit further comments, is about the major opportunity that comes along with this that was addressed earlier, and that's around public access, use of public land for public good, shoreline restoration, and green infrastructure. The proposed tunnel will need to acquire these key properties along Newtown Creek for diversion facilities and the dewatering pump station. And these 5 sites are located along the 5 tributaries of Newtown Creek that are the most impacted by pollution. These are sites like Dutch Kills, East Branch, English Kills, Maspeth Creek, where there's completely no public access, there's no restoration in play, and the community's been asking for this for years. Of the 11 miles of shoreline on Newtown Creek, less than 8% is officially waterfront access points or open space areas, and all of that is located near the mouth of the creek, where none of this work is happening. The head tributaries where the diversion facilities are located virtually have no public access. The surrounding communities are entirely disconnected from their local waterway. And we believe that this connection has helped perpetuate the state of neglect and abuse that Newtown Creek has suffered for over 150 years. If you can't see the waterway, you won't know about it, you don't care about it. Additionally, these areas suffer from some of the highest levels of extreme heat in the entire city due to lack of tree canopy and high concentrations of concrete and asphalt. So it's very frustrating to hear that the final product is going to be more concrete, fenced-off parking lots on top of these underground infrastructure. So as the city heads into the design process for these sites, we really hope that they follow similar examples that have been referenced, the Nature Walk, Gateway to Greenpoint, and utilize this opportunity for doing more.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a question from Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a quick question. Were you notified about the scoping session? Did you participate? From your experience, was there enough outreach in that regard? The scoping session for the environmental review?
No. In March? So, yes, we were notified of that and we participated. But again, the details are still, emerging about where these facilities are located. And, even the renderings that were presented today, I haven't seen those before of what's going to actually be happening at the sites. It's just been, we know that this lot is under consideration. So we haven't gotten a lot of details about what the plans are for the individual sites.
Fair enough. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Elkins. Next up is Tanya Oberoi here in the room. And Ms. Oberoi, you will be the last word on this. I do not see others wishing to be heard. So welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tanya Ober. I'm here representing 2 of our companies. We're on both sides of the corridor in Long Island City, Queens, and Greenpoint, Brooklyn. We find that we probably got the letters sooner than some of the people that spoke today, but there isn't a centralized force here in the city to make the information readily available. We got the letters after the public hearing in March, so in April. We've met with the DEP several times. They're very happy to meet us. They do not respond to any of our written requests. We're told that they need to have legal respond. We don't know how long that takes. We're trying to get enough information for us to make an informed decision on what our next steps are on 2 of our block and lots. The BB26 is right in the middle. The tunnel is going through 2 corners of 2 of our block and lots. We fear that without the information, we are going to have disruption to future development. We also support a lot of local small businesses in our neighborhood, and we fear that the construction, either with the, I don't know if to call it seismic activity or the vibrational force, because we're at some of the areas where it's a little bit closer to the surface level. On the Greenpoint side, where they'll be digging the tunnel and where the drop shaft will pump the water to you. When they built the DEP, we had a lot of sound vibration vibrating and rocking our building. So we are worried that those effects were not recorded properly at that time. So we have concern for that. On the DIS, we are concerned that there might be analysis that was done, but they're not making any of the analysis like public. So we've asked for like the boring reports, or asking for the EIS study, all the supporting documents that have helped them decide on the right locations for where the additional like congestion and servicemen and women that are going to come in to do the work, where that's going to be and how that's going to affect us, because I believe it's going to affect us for about 3 years. But any of the information that we ask, because it's still in the planning stages, we're not getting the information. So everyone is nice enough to meet with us, but I still can't tell you much about the projects outside of, you know, what's being presented in the slideshows. We also are getting letters from DCAS. They are not responding. In the beginning, they were very nice, and now they're not responding to the emails or calling back. So there should be maybe like a centralized area, maybe on the website, to show like this is the next meeting, this is where the next thing is. Right now, I find that we're all just calling and emailing each other. I had 4 businesses calling me this morning, our neighbors, to say, Tanya, are you going today? We heard that there's a meeting. It's tomorrow. I'm like, no, it's happening right now at 10 a.m. So there's a lot of disjointed effort. There's not enough community notification to make everyone who doesn't know how to work the city businesses or the city departments to get involved and to be well informed. Like, we're lucky that we found out, but it's very hard.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And before we close, I will note that I expect that the city agencies are listening to this, and hopefully they have heard enough to recognize that perhaps there's a little bit more that can be done here to make sure that people have notification of what's happening. It sounds like there's at least some concern that things are being shared at late dates or not getting where they need to go. So just please be aware of that. We certainly have heard it here at the Commission. With that, we will close the hearing on calendars 16 and 17, the DEP Newtown Creek CSO Tunnel. We will move on to the next item of the day, Madam Secretary.
And just noting that the record will remain open through 5 p.m. on Tuesday, January 20th, to receive written comments on the DEIS for the DEP Newtown Creek hearing. The third public hearing item is Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 18, Community District 9, C260071 HAM, public hearing in the matter of an application for UDAP designation, project approval, and disposition of city-owned property concerning 1727 Amsterdam Avenue, Hilltop Apartments. There will be a 10-minute team presentation.
Great, and that team includes Nicole Clare, Kyle Jeremiah, Joy Racer, Melanie Rodrigo, and Deborah Morris. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Melanie Rodrigo. I'm a borough planner with HBD, Manhattan Planning for the Division of Planning and Pre-Development. I'm also joined by Joy Reeser, who's Director of Manhattan Borough Planning, as well as Development Team Representatives working with us on the project. The Bowery Residence Committee, or BRC, and Health and Hospitals, or H&H, who will introduce themselves throughout the presentation and Q&A. So we're excited to be here for this milestone in ULURP to present the 1727 Amsterdam Avenue Hilltop Apartments project. Do I just press this? Oh.
Okay, go back to where you need to.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So beginning with the project overview and introduction, the proposed development will be constructed on a city-owned lot in Hamilton Heights, Block 2060, Lot 1, shown on the right of the screen, which is currently utilized as a community facility space. The existing building is beyond its useful life and in need of redevelopment. The applicant of the ULURP application is HPD, and BRC is the developer. The new 9-story as-of-right building proposed under the Hilltop Apartments project will include approximately 200 units for senior supportive, supportive, and low-income households, of which approximately 120 will be supportive housing units and 1 additional building manager's unit developed under HPD's Supportive Housing Loan Program, known as SHLP. The proposed project will include replacement community space for Emma L. Bowen Community Service Center. And to facilitate the project, HPD is proposing the following land use action: designation of the project area as an urban development action area, and approval of the Urban Development Action Area Project, or UDAP, on the project area and disposition of the development site. So here's a view of the development site looking north along Amsterdam Avenue at the intersection of West 145th Street. The development site is adjacent to multiple historic districts and is also accessible via 145th subway station and multiple bus routes. And so moving into project history. So this project is a result of H&H's Housing for Health initiative to connect healthcare and stable housing for patients experiencing homelessness to improve their health and well-being, which this development site has been managed by H&H since its construction. And so to meet the goal of H&H's initiative in 2019, HPD designated BRC to redevelop 1727 Amsterdam Avenue through HPD's supportive housing, a request for qualifications, recognizing BRC's strong track record delivering high-quality supportive housing. And so since designation, BRC has worked closely with HPD and community partners, conducting outreach and refining the project to ensure it meets both neighborhood and service needs. And so as of spring 2024, H&H began amending their 1969 operating agreement to include 9 previously excluded healthcare properties. And council later in 2025 approved 8 of the 9. And so since 1727 Amsterdam was not included, ULURP is required to facilitate the site's disposition under HPD's authority. And so the ULURP process began when the project certified on September 15th. And so now I'll turn it over to Nicole and Kyle from BRC, who are part of the development team, and they'll speak in more detail about the project.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Clare, BRC's Chief Real Estate Development Officer. BRC is a not-for-profit organization founded in 1971. We are a not-for-profit housing developer, social service provider. In terms of our permanent housing, which represents roughly a third of our programs in the city, we currently manage over 1,100 units focused on supportive housing. In total, over our programs, we serve over 13,000 individuals every year in permanent housing. Our focus is specifically meeting positive client outcomes with a focus on housing stability to meet their personal goals. We currently run several programs in Upper Manhattan. In terms of the Hilltop Apartments project, it involves demolishing the existing structure to build a new 9-story building. All of the units will be affordable. We'll offer on-site social services for housing tenants, 24/7 staffing at the front desk, a well-lit exterior, new space for the ML Bowen Community Service Center. Building amenities will be indoor and outdoor, including multipurpose community rooms, landscape courtyard and terraces, and laundry facilities. The building will be energy efficient, all electric, and have several resiliency items. In terms of affordability on the housing units, this shows that breakdown, as we mentioned, 120 supportive units, of which 25 will be supportive for seniors. Another 23 of the housing lottery units will be set aside for older adults. And the breakdown of the 79 lottery units, including 40% area median income and 60% area median income. Emma L. Bowen Community Service Center, we will be temporarily relocating in the next couple months. We've worked very closely with them and for them to design new space back in the building to meet their program needs. It's important, their total square footage will be roughly 21,000 square feet across 3 floors. Importantly, they'll continue to offer their services at a comparable rental rate to what they were paying. Now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Kyle.
A very good morning to you all. My name is Kyle Jeremiah. I'm the Director of External Affairs at BRC. So at its core, Hilltop is about permanence, accountability, and partnership, not just housing units, but a well-managed residential environment that will be governed by clear and good neighbor standards, including defined quiet hours and rapid response protocols for quality of life concerns. Residents will be referred through New York City's coordinated entry system with a focus on individuals coming from DHS and NYC health and hospitals. Supportive services include on-site staffing who promote case management, wraparound supports, and 24/7 security. This model prioritizes stability, early intervention, and long-term housing success, benefiting residents while supporting a well-managed, predictable building environment for the surrounding community. So the project will generate approximately 250 construction jobs with a commitment to local hiring. Once operational, it will support up to 25 permanent full-time jobs on site, including roles in case management, operations, and maintenance. Our standard practice includes hosting local job fairs, targeting CB9 residents, and offering workforce development opportunities. We will also provide housing lottery workshops and application support so local residents can access affordable units directly. So far, Hilltop Apartments has received 10 letters of support from local stakeholders and community organizations and received other positive community feedback. BRC will continue ongoing engagement consistent with our good neighbor policy, maintaining open communication, responsiveness, and accountability throughout development and operations. So we acknowledge that some members of the Community Board 9 have raised important questions, and we view them as part of a constructive planning process. In response, BRC and HPD has already taken concrete steps to address them. We met with CB9 both informally and formally before and during the ULURP process. The project now includes additional units at 40% AMI for a greater share of deeply affordable units overall. We provided very detailed information on supportive services, facilitated 2 tours of existing BRC supportive housing, met with the local school, or exploring opportunities for community meeting space within the development, among other efforts to directly address concerns listed on the slide before you. So with that, we welcome any questions you have, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Let me see if there are questions for you. Okay, Vice Chair Knuckles.
And I assume there's going to be public testimony, I guess, so we'll hear more about this. But family-size units, are they referring to 3-bedroom units? Or what is that, define family-size units as the discussion has
Got it.
occurred?
Would BRC like to?
Well, yeah, sorry, I can speak to that. Hi, I'm Joy Reister. I'm the Director of Manhattan Planning at HPD, and I'll just take you back to the unit breakdown. So yes, family-sized units would be considered 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom, and about 39% of the 79 units that would be open on the housing lottery would be family-sized.
So there's been an increase, or
there has been, and this happened prior to ULURP, and I'll let BRC speak a little bit about that.
And what was the increase?
Effectively, it was a shift of the number of units, family-sized units set aside at 40% of area median income. So it had to do with affordability, shifting the number of units. In that case, we added 4 more units that shifted from 60 AMI to 40% AMI. So double the number of family-sized units at that lower tier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation. I have 2 quick questions. I mean, one was, thank you so much for this slide and acknowledging the concerns that have been raised by the community board. It sounds like there's been already a lot of movement since the letter that we got, but I'm wondering if you can walk us a little bit through how the public process has worked from your end. There are concerns about the lack of transparency and confusion in terms of how the process has evolved, and so I'm wondering if you can please help us understand a little bit, sort of like walk us through that process and understand why the community is so concerned about this.
Sure. So I can go back to this slide, the project history. So just based on since designation, BRC has been completing community outreach, extensive outreach to the community, as well as community partners. And through that, that's from 2019 to 2022. Also in the ULURP, pre-ULURP and ULURP engagement, BRC has done community outreach, multiple to different committees within CB9. And BRC or Joy would like to take more.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just add a little bit more about that. I'll let BRC speak to the work, the outreach that's been done since fall of 2022. But before ULURP, HPD and BRC presented to the community board multiple times, one time including our acting commissioner, Ahmed Sagani, just to hear some concerns from the community. Since ULURP, we've met with the board and the health committee and the land use committee 5 times. We've also gone on a neighborhood walk with the community just to understand some of the concerns and existing conditions in the neighborhood and really listen to them. And we also went on a tour that Kyle mentioned of one of BRC's properties, Landing Road in South Bronx, with a community member, just to give them a tour of what supportive housing looks like. But I'll let BRC also talk to all the outreach that happened prior to ULURP.
Yes, that was well said, Joy. And I will say, BRC has noted those concerns from the community board from the very beginning, and has since then taken steps to really recalibrate our relationship with the community board. I remain open. They have my direct contact information. If they have any questions, we continue to offer tours to the community board to show how we function operationally, to explain what our supportive services look like, our wraparound services. I've worked with the chair of the community board to really flesh out what supportive services really means and what it would mean to the tenants living at Hilltop Apartments, to really dispel any misconceptions about what supportive services is, and to really highlight the fact that this project represents a level of permanence and it's not transient housing. So again, just for the record, I want to say that BRC remains committed to that open communication with the community board and the community at large, to continue to field questions, continue to highlight progress as we continue to move forward with the development process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And in your follow-up, if you can... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a follow-up. I'm Deborah Helene Morris. I'm Senior Director for Planning and Real Estate at New York City Health and Hospitals Corporation. New York City Health and Hospitals, which isn't often before the commission, is the nation's largest public hospital system. We serve 1 million patients a year. And we were established by state legislation by an Enabling Act in 1970. And that Enabling Act included property acquisition and disposition powers that are outside the city charter. New York City Health and Hospitals has operated this 1727 Amsterdam since the building was constructed in 1976. New York City's Health and Hospitals operating agreement with the city, which includes properties like Bellevue Hospital and all of our other hospitals and clinics, was created in 1970 and did not list this facility as well as other facilities that were not in existence at the time of the Enabling Act. So for 50 years, we proceeded on a path of managing properties that were in our portfolio but not within our operating agreement. And that included the disposition of property to develop housing, which we have done in a number of locations across the city, including most recently at Woodhull Hospital, Communal Life 1 and 2. Woodhull Hospital is also a facility that was not listed in our operating agreement. So to take us down this path of sort of planning arcana, in the process of communication with the community board and community members over 1727 Amsterdam and its development, there was confusion about H&H's enabling legislation and power, and also about the absence of the property in the operating agreement with the city. As a result, Health and Hospitals went through the process of amending our operating agreement with the city to add 9 properties that were not included in the operating agreement that we do operate. When this item came to council and council brought it to a vote, they only approved 8 of those properties to add to our operating agreement, omitting 1727 Amsterdam and making clear that the property is not within our ownership, although we continue to manage it as we manage other properties in our portfolio, although we do not provide any programs within the building.
Thank you to all of you for your responses. I appreciate that, and I wonder if you can share with us in writing and hopefully make public your response to fully respond to the concern about transparency and anything else that you think could be useful for us to understand why that concern. I have two quick questions. One is really quick, and the other one I'll just leave it for you guys to respond in your follow-up. But the one quick clarification is, so in your presentation you mentioned there's a plan to relocate the Emma Bowen facility, but what about Heritage Health and Jackson Ophthalmology, which I think the other two that the community has underlined?
All right, so I'll show you this slide, and this was part of the tech memo or the environmental review. And so in terms of like Heritage Health Center, that is not coming back to the proposed project. However, it will have a permanent relocation, which is at 1649 Amsterdam Avenue, and that's close to the 1727 Amsterdam site.
So you said that this is fully explained in the DEIS? Or where can we find the rationale?
This is in the tech memo that was issued in October of this year, and this is a map taken just from that. And I just want to clarify, everything Melanie said is right, but just wanted to mention that Heritage is moving into a building that they own. That's within a couple blocks of the existing site.
Thank you. Anything that you can share with us to fully understand that would be great. And then I'll leave for you for your response in the follow-up. I know that there's people waiting. If you can share with us the sustainability measures of the building, specifically whether there's going to be any renewables, what are the energy efficiency standards, and given the nature of the facilities, the community facilities, whether or not there's going to be backup generation, and what are some of the potential air quality impacts on the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mann? Commissioner Benjamin?
Just one quick question. Did the HHC board for, Deborah, did the HHC board vote on this as they would have if you went through the enabling legislation procedure?
So the board did not vote on this project because we did not move forward with a ground lease, because we initiated the amendment to our operating agreement to add these properties, which the board did vote to add 1727 amongst the other 8 properties to our portfolio, so that our operating agreement with the city represented our full portfolio of management. We never had the opportunity to bring this project to our board.
Okay, so is it also in the enabling legislation then? You said you amended the operating agreement, but did you amend the enabling legislation to include these properties also?
So the enabling legislation is state legislation, and it does not include any properties. The properties, or actually, I want to clarify. I'm not exactly sure of the language in the enabling legislation, other than recognizing that the Health and Hospitals Corporation is taking hospitals from the city and other healthcare facilities. That would be addressed in another document. Subsequent to the enabling legislation, the city and the corporation signed an operating agreement which lists the properties and effectually is a lifetime lease for those properties. So at the time of the operating agreement in 1970, it listed only hospitals that were in operation at the time. So it did not list outpatient clinics, for instance, and it didn't list a number of other properties. So properties were already omitted, and it was simply not a comprehensive document.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thanks to all of you We appreciate it. I know we have members of the public who wish to be heard, and we're going to turn to them now. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start off with Geraldine Gregg on Zoom, followed by Carolyn Brown, also on Zoom, and Karen Asner on Zoom.
And we're not sure if Geraldine and Carolyn shared a link, so we're going to enable both and ask who is Geraldine.
Okay.
Right. Oh, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Are you Geraldine?
No, I'm Carolyn.
Is Geraldine on the line?
She was having trouble getting through the, trying to reconnect, and I don't know if is she not answering now?
We'll start with you, Carolyn. That's fine.
Okay.
Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm the co-president of the West 147th Street Block Association, and we are an organization that has has launched a number of struggles within our community to keep this community both a peaceful place to live, but also a diverse community as well. One of the issues that came up a few years ago when we had a struggle about the location of a methadone clinic in a historic home on St. Nicholas Avenue was a concentration of these kinds of social services within our area. In fact, we even called it a redlining. While Central Harlem is a place where a lot of the methadone clinics are and some of this, the free the needles distribution places. Our area is where you have homeless shelters, supportive service housing, etc. We really got hit hard by COVID because we're now having major problems with people who are very vulnerable, who need social services, but the social services are not meeting that need at all. And so we're very concerned about that happening here again and expanding the number of places that we have. I'm sorry that I don't have the statistics, but I can provide those in a written document about the numbers of places that are or that come within this definition of social service, of supportive services. So that was one of our concerns, and we are very much in favor of having affordable housing and permanent affordable housing, because it's really important for our neighborhood that people can become parts of the neighborhood. We're not, what have you called the people who are NIMBY, not in my neighborhood. We're not like that. We are actually more supportive of people, of systems of residents that allow us to have an integrated, integrated and very engaged community. And that's what you can see that as if you see the area that we're in Hamilton Heights and Sugar Hill. We are a very diverse community, both economically and racially. So those are some of the concerns that we have. And our block especially, we've noticed we've had problems with people who really need help, but they're not getting it. And I don't think, one of the things that we found out the last time we worked on some of these projects was that our area is becoming, most of the people coming into our area are not from here. So it's not like there's a need here. Sorry. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a?
We're gonna try and see if Geraldine.
Okay, Geraldine.
Oh boy.
Geraldine, if you're in.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
hello.
yes.
So please let me apologize. I'm at an age where these things are a little more difficult than we would think.
Don't apologize. We totally get it. All good. We're gonna give you back your 12 seconds for that apology. You're all set. Whenever you're ready. We're glad to have you.
I'm a homeowner on West 147th Street. I've been in my house for 44 years, and I strongly support the resolution passed by CB9 at its regular scheduled general board meeting on Thursday, November 20th, 2025, Manhattan Community Board 9, to deny the resolution concerning the 1727 Amsterdam Avenue disposition and designation as an urban development action center, action area, ULURP items 2025 M 0425 and or 260071 HAM by a vote of 30 in favor, 2 opposed, and 4 abstentions. This project has been marked by a lack of transparency and a rush process that has failed to meaningfully incorporate community input, particularly regarding local health care needs. The proposed reduction in vital healthcare services is deeply concerning. And with that, I conclude my comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Okay.
Thank you.
Next up is Karen Asner on Zoom.
Karen, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning. I'm a West Harlem resident, involved community organizer, and involved with our West Harlem CPO. I'm also a trained lawyer of 30 years in practice. I live very close to 1727 Amsterdam, and I'm here today to strongly support the Community Board 9's resolution opposing this project in its current form. First, I'm going to mention a couple of things. First, even a superficial legal review of the UDAP request here shows that it's not legal, that the conditions in the statute, on the state statute, aren't met. I'm happy to put some additional analysis into my written testimony laying that out. There's some of that's also in the resolution. Secondly, I just want to note, because it's pretty unclear from, I think, the comments, but HHC has never provided any services at this site, and it doesn't ever intend to provide any services at this site. And we in the community really, I think it's pretty clear that it was done to avoid ULURP for a long time. But most importantly, this plan would harm our community by displacing essential healthcare services provided by Heritage Health and Housing. It's the only non-school-based federally qualified health center in our neighborhood. It's been suggested that Heritage wants and is going to move in 2026, but that simply isn't consistent with the facts. Heritage has publicly disputed this at the CB9 hearings in its testimony, and for the past 2 years has been fighting its ejectment in court. And also the October 8th, 2029 technical memorandum that was referenced does not adequately or meaningfully address this issue. And under the city's own technical secure manual, interrupting, reducing, or eliminating services requires a mandatory detailed analysis, which was not done here. And just beyond these important technical failures, deliberately disrupting medical services in our predominantly Black and Latino community, especially at a time when the Trump administration is dismantling funding and support for our income communities, and our healthcare is just simply unconscionable. We believe any development on the site must guarantee uninterrupted services and return all existing medical services to the new building. Secondly, at a time when the city faces an acute affordable housing crisis, and when city-owned sites are very rare, this site could and should support more affordable housing apartments than HPD is proposing. The current proposal runs directly counter to the shared goal of maximizing affordable housing in the city, and it's frankly baffling that HPD has always refused to upzone the site, as CB9 has been urging for 3 years at least, or to even take advantage of the new universal affordability preference bonus created by the city of Yes. This is a rare and valuable city-owned lot, and HPD's failure to maximize its potential just makes no sense, and it's just frankly baffling. Third, they don't really acknowledge this in the proposal, but the proposal is to create a 120 supportive unit facility for individuals experiencing severe mental illness and addiction. And this is contrary to practices. And I just
Time.
want, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Osorio has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Can you just expand a little bit on what you said are the failure, where was the DEIS failing to fully address the potential displacement of the health services?
Okay, so in its own initial analysis, it marked no under the long form. It marked no that there would be no displacement, recognizing that wasn't accurate and that was pointed out in earlier CB9 in connection with this project. They added a technical memorandum on October the 8th, addressing that inaccurate statement and then attempting to say that the facility was going to be moved. And that there would be no disruption or dislocation of services. That also just simply isn't true. But the fact that there was a disruption of services, an acknowledgement of that means that there has to be a mandatory detailed analysis under the manual, and they haven't done that. So it's just that is just pretty clear to us that that's a failure and it needs to be addressed because this is not a superficial failure. This is a really fundamental provider of services that provides services to, we estimate, 10,000 community members, and we can't just wing it. That's why the statute is there.
Thank you for your clarification. Anything that you can provide in writing as part of your testimony, we would appreciate it.
I will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Next up is Signe Mortensen. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, followed by Victor Edwards.
You did well, Signe.
Oh, Signe. Okay. All right. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello and good morning. Yes, my name is Signe Mortensen. I speak on behalf of myself today. However, it's important to know that I served for the last 12 years as a proud volunteer board member of Community Board 9, 10 of those as co-chair of Housing, Land Use, and Zoning Committee on that community board. I come before you today welcoming a rare opportunity to build more housing on a city-owned parcel of land that is currently underdeveloped and the home of much-needed Medicaid-funded healthcare services. But I also come to you with some historic perspective and grave concerns that have surrounded this project since the community board became aware of it in 2022. We became aware not because of the expected ULURP process that should have began at that time, but because a neighbor alerted us about the project and what appeared to be the signal of excavation on the site. We were never consulted by HPD or any other agency prior to that moment. We even called the managing agency, Health and Hospitals, and they said, and I quote, "You're not supposed to know about that yet," I think, concerning a clear lack of transparency and a sign of what was to come. After 3 years of HPD and Health and Hospitals insisting this site did not require ULURP, in June, they finally saw their error and began the process, confirming what we already knew. But the lack of transparency is secondary to the fact that the current proposal from HPD is simply underwhelming. The community board suggested 3 years ago that we could upzone to a taller building, adding more density and allowing for even more affordable housing and retaining all the federally qualified mental health care services on site, which under this current proposal would be cut by more than half its current capacity. So at that point, a point which was deliberately left out of the original EAS when HPD stated that no social services would be impacted by the project. But when we finally started the ULURP process in June, we were told it was quote unquote too late to pursue any upzoning. Had HPD simply worked with us in 2019 or 2022, we could have avoided the conflict and had a new, bigger and better building representing the true needs of our community. And even now, HPD could enlarge in this project as of right, taking advantage of new FAR bonuses for affordable housing contained in City of Yes. But they refused to consider that option for no good reason that we can see. We're asking the Commission not to miss this rare opportunity and vote against this current project for a proposal to make way for a better one. Let's think smarter now rather than regret what we could have had at this site in a few years. Thank you for your time and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you. Okay, Victor Edwards. Mr. Edwards, welcome, followed by Angela Scott on Zoom.
Yes, good morning all. Thank you for having us. My name is Victor Edwards. I've been a resident 6 blocks away from 1727 for the past 40 years. My professional background is in drug treatment, counseling, and DEO of schools, and an administrator with NYCHA. I'm currently the chair of Community Board 9, which is within the confines of CB9. Late last year, Community Board 9 overwhelmingly voted against this project. CB9 is not opposed to supportive housing, and we are not NIMBYs, as we've often been called. We have approximately 10 supportive transitional rehab facilities within a 10-block radius of 1727 at this point. We are concerned with oversaturation and the concentration within our district. In addition to 1727, there is a family homeless shelter being built 2 blocks away from that area. There's an AIDS Foundation site going up. We'll add another 120 transitional supportive housing to that area. A half a block away from 1727, there's a drug treatment center, which I worked at one time. 1727 will be across the street from a public school, a half a block away from a public library, and a daycare center. In addition to this, the Heritage Health Center will not be coming back. They serve at least 10,000 area residents each year, providing behavioral health assistance, dental care, ophthalmology, women's health, HIV testing, and podiatry. The building could better be used for true affordable housing, upzoning. And if you want to prevent homelessness, let's be proactive, not reactive, and have more affordable housing on this site where people can live. And affordable housing based on the incomes of people in this area. People throw that word around, affordable, but always say affordable for whom? We are definitely against this. I urge the committee to vote against this and vote with the community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. We have a question for you from Commissioner Mann, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thanks for the testimony. I just wanted to try to drill down this Heritage Health Center question because I'm a little confused on my end. So I think H&H and HPD represented they're moving 0.2 miles away, just south on Amsterdam Avenue. Is that not the community board's understanding that they're...
That's not my understanding. They have a health center and they have supportive housing. The supportive housing is 2 blocks away. So I have not heard personally that they're moving all those health facilities to that building 2 blocks away.
Okay, so I guess we can try to find a way to clarify that with the Heritage Health Center. Okay, thank you.
All righty.
Thank you. Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you, Chair. Again, also, thank you so much for your testimony and for your written testimony. I'm wondering if you can help us understand a little bit what is the appropriate zoning district that you see that the community board is suggesting here. What is the ideal sort of like level of density that you're aiming or that you think should be used here? You've mentioned in your resolution sort of like the use of a much higher building or a much higher zoning district, but I'm wondering if you can help us understand sort of like the rationale for that.
I think we were looking at drawing a blank right there, R8, upzoning just to give more height to that particular location. Yes. And more affordable housing within that. That space could be better utilized than what's planned.
Anything else that you can provide to us to fully understand sort of like the how you understand the capacity of the lot in that regard would be helpful. If not now, sort of like later as a follow-up, I would like to understand sort of like what you got, where you landed in terms of what would be the best zoning designation here.
Okay, I will definitely follow up with you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you, Mr. Edwards, for being with us and for your service, too. Okay, next up is Angela Scott on Zoom, followed by Isaac Alberstein here in the room.
Angela, can you unmute your mic?
Yes. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Angela Scott. I am the Associate Vice President for Congregate Housing with the Fortune Society. I am here today to offer testimony. Oh, then I'll start my video. Okay. To offer testimony in support of Bowery Residence Committee's proposed redevelopment of 1727 Amsterdam Avenue. So first, I would like to say I am a resident of Community Board 9, born and raised, and I am honored to be able to work in the neighborhood where I live. I've worked with the Fortune Society since 2012 at our building Castle Gardens on West 140th Street, our permanent, supportive, and affordable residential development is adjacent to Fortune Academy. The Fortune Academy, also known as the Castle, opened in 2002 and is Fortune's first congregate emergency and transitional supportive housing facility. As many of you know, we've been good neighbors in Community Board 9 for over 20 years. The community board has even hosted some of their community board meetings in our community room space in Castle Gardens. For fiscal year 2025, a total of 1,958 individuals benefited from our housing programs across the city. BRC's project represents a necessary investment in housing that meets the needs of New Yorkers who are housing insecure, which includes residents of Community Board 9, individuals who are connected to the public health system, and others in need of stable housing. This project will create approximately 200 apartments and provide on-site services to promote long-term housing stability. Most importantly, the project will include a dedicated space for the Emma L. Bowen Community Center, a longtime trusted provider of community-based mental health services. We're confident that BRC will be a good neighbor in this community, just as Fortune has been. BRC brings decades of experience in developing and operating high-quality housing paired with supportive services and a demonstrated track record of being a responsible community partner. Projects like this are necessary to address the city's housing and homeless challenges in a way that's effective, compassionate, and grounded in community need. For these reasons, we respectfully, Fortune, urge the city, the committee to support the proposed redevelopment of 1727 Amsterdam Avenue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up is Isaac Alberstein, followed by Taheen Hayes. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Isaac Adlerstein, and I'm speaking in support of the redevelopment of 1727 Amsterdam. I serve as the executive director of Broadway Community, a 44-year-old homeless service agency in Community Board 9, located precisely on 114th and Broadway, that serves hundreds of our most vulnerable neighbors each and every day. We operate a 300-person soup kitchen, a 19-bed shelter, 7 nights a week, 365 nights a year, case management, workforce development, mental health programming, and a medical clinic with the Institute for Family Health. At Broadway Community, each and every day, we are on the front lines of our city's homelessness crisis. We bear witness to our city's affordability crisis and our mental health crisis therein. And we witness how the vast majority of people who become homeless simply fell into hard times. They had a medical emergency, they suffered a job loss, they were a victim of domestic violence, had a mental breakdown, or had to flee home for simply being who they are. These are things that happen to ordinary people. And in this city, when rent is so astronomically high and when so many people are living paycheck to paycheck, it's very difficult to get back on your feet once you stumble. The other population that we're intimately familiar with is those that are experiencing serious mental illness and or substance use. These people are our friends and neighbors. We've gotten to know them and know that they are working hard to get back on their feet and simply need a helping hand. They deserve our support and compassion, not our indifference. And they need a space where they can feel safe, where they can recover, and where they can be in community. And that's precisely what permanent supportive housing does. So in considering my support for the redevelopment of 1727 Amsterdam, I've taken several factors into account. The first is that the tenants of the building, the Bowen Center and the Heritage Health Center, have relocated or are in the process of relocating. The Bowen Center, for one, is excited, from what I have heard, and from both the Bowen Center staff and others, excited to be receiving a new custom-built space that will meet their needs and help provide great services to the community. Number two, there's a dearth of affordable housing in our city and in Community Board 9. The proposed redevelopment adds dozens of units of permanently affordable housing with a preference for CB9 residents. I know that there is a desire to upzone it amongst some, but we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good. Third, and most importantly, our city is in the midst of a historic homelessness crisis, and the solution, beyond more affordable housing and a stronger social safety net, is permanent supportive housing. At Broadway Community, we have several people with approved 2010E supportive housing packages that are instead languishing in shelter. We need more supportive housing so that they could be housed. BRC is an excellent provider of supportive housing. 94% of the residents stay permanently housed and go into school, work, and live lives of stability. I'm confident that BRC will be a terrific neighbor. Thanks so much for your time.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up is Taheen Hayes on Zoom, followed by Jennifer Beiser.
Yes, how you doing?
Can you unmute?
Yes, I can. Am I on mute?
No, we got you now.
Okay, excuse me. I'm currently at work right now. How you doing today?
We're okay.
All right. My name is Taheen Hayes. I'm a Harlem resident and here to read a statement from the author, historian, and long-term Harlem activist, Michael Henry Adams. So, first, I also would like to just I currently live inside Harlem as well. Angela Scott, that was previously speaking before the gentleman that was just speaking. I would like to thank her too, though. And also Tiffany Kong. So 1 second, please. At work. All right. You will recall the fanfare and the praises for promises kept when this facility opened, providing much needed healthcare facility with a design applaud for providing open space. Don't remember? Even at 70, I was not here either. But like me, you too can consult Robert A. N. Stern's book, New York 1960s. Just what have changed during the relatively short interview? Certainly not the need locally for healthcare facilities. That has become even more acutely urgent. What will happen once we have even less? It would be possible to demolish this building and to replace it with a structure and financial committee that does an even better job of fulfilling promises made to meet community needs. But what's proposed now sadly misses the mark. Thank you. So once again, I was reading that on behalf of the historian Michael Henry Adams, and proudly just wanted to represent him as a historian of Harlem and me as a current resident of Harlem. And that's all I pretty much want to say at the moment. Thank y'all.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chair, I don't see Jennifer in the Zoom, so we're going to try to reach her.
Okay.
In the meantime, you want to move to...
Yes, let's move on to Jessica Martinez on Zoom. Followed by Ayo Orajuela.
Hello. Thank you very much for hearing me today and giving me the opportunity to speak. I will say there are two themes that I will probably, you'll probably hear resonating throughout my testimony. And I think the first one is something that has been mentioned by a number of people. I myself am a resident of Community Board 9 and City District 9. And I also have been a participant in a lot of the efforts to try to improve healthcare delivery within the Upper Manhattan and specifically in the West Harlem area. And the loss of Heritage Health represents a loss of much needed medical care and is really yet another example of medical redlining that we keep experiencing in this area. Heritage Health, which, as Karen Asner said, is actually fighting their eviction in court, which to, I think, anybody with common sense would then take away from that they actually are not moving or have not committed to moving 2 blocks south. Their building 2 blocks south is not nearly big enough to offer the kinds of services that they offer. They offer annual exams, they offer vaccines, they offer screenings for cardiovascular disease and cancer, they offer women's health services, diabetes care, blood pressure control, and they manage other chronic health systems. And I think it's important, people have noted this as well in other parts of their testimony. I think it's important to note that this building and this facility has been in the neighborhood since the 1970s. And that longevity has allowed this facility to build bridges and community with the patients that they're serving in a way that a lot of the other clinics in the area, and I will get to that in a minute, do not. I also think it's important to note that Heritage Health takes both managed Medicaid as well as straight New York State Medicaid. And why is this important? Very few clinics, actually only one in the general vicinity, takes straight Medicaid. The rest only take managed care Medicaid, which actually costs people money in the form of copays and fees and premiums, and is not entirely affordable to a lot of the people in this particular area in the neighborhood. I will note, to give you guys a little bit of a perspective on context, there are only 4 other primary care clinics within a 10-block radius, and 3 more that are within 25 blocks. And most of them are urgent care or minute clinics, making proper care coordination and long-term care management pretty much impossible. And in contrast, as I mentioned, Heritage Health has been there since the 70s. They coordinate care and they follow through with their patients and they follow their patients' care. The women's health situation is even worse. And just to give you some context, there are 14, not 10, 14 other supportive housing in the area within 10 blocks.
Thank you for being with us. We now have Ao Orejuela. Orejuela. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. This application presents clear planning problems. I will not focus on the years it took us to force HPD through a legally required ULURP, nor on the disappearance of medical services, nor on the repeated dismissals and implications that community advocacy in West Harlem is unwelcome. Instead, I'll focus on a planning conclusion that we reached in 2022. I was the community member who let the community board know of the potential construction in 2022, and the community board then went to HPD. This project indefensibly accepts the loss of affordable healthcare services and public space while delivering an underbuilt housing envelope. We cannot afford to get this wrong and miss real opportunity. The proposed plan fails to mitigate public losses by declining to use the tools of this commission. City of Yes encourages denser affordable housing near transit, and the Manhattan Plan identifies the wide avenues in Hamilton Heights as appropriate for taller buildings. Yet none of these planning directives are applied here, despite their clear relevance. Remarkably, community members are asking a developer to build higher. An upzoning would increase affordable housing and mitigate losses by enabling medical services to return or building new commercial space. HPD argues this would take too long, but a ballot initiative approved in November speeds the process. More importantly, the permanent consequences of approving an underbuilt project that contradicts the City of Yes far outweigh the time required to plan this correctly. My Dominican neighbors, I live on the block of the site, lost their family physicians who cared for their children for years after the doctors learned their future on West 145th Street was uncertain. This loss and others have never been acknowledged. This proposal delivers only 16% family-sized units, displaces affordable family health care and public space, offers no improvement to the commercial corridor on West 145th Street, and defers the housing crisis to the future on a site of exceptional opportunity. I respectfully urge the Commission to reject this application. To approve it would establish a troubling precedent that harm requires no meaningful mitigation, reinforcing precisely the planning failures City of Yes was adopted to correct in West Harlem and across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Orihuela. Appreciate it. Let's move on to Lois Penny on Zoom, followed by Ernest Lyles on Zoom.
Hello.
Hi, is that Lois Penny?
Yeah, I'm Lois Penny. I'm a
Hi, Ms.
40
Penny.
resident of. I'm Lois Penny. I'm a 40-year resident of West Harlem. I'm also a member of Concerned Citizens for a Better Harlem. I'm opposed to this project on a number of levels. One, the lack of transparency that took place. This project was planned under the cover of darkness, and the community became aware of what was taking place in 2022. Health and Hospitals has maintained that they were the owner, and subsequent investigations by the CB9 revealed that it was owned by the city of New York, which forced the ULURP process. They in turn attempted to amend the operating agreement to include this property to avoid the ULURP. The area is currently overly saturated with supportive housing, shelters, transitional housing. We also house a number of family shelters within our community. We are displacing healthcare, our healthcare center that services over 10,000 people with supportive housing for 120 people. I cannot, in all honesty, justify removing healthcare for 10,000 to accommodate 120 people. The BRC has changed their presentation multiple times after community engagement. Their community engagement begun when the community board requested that they come and clarify what was taking place with that facility. There is a elementary school diagonally across from where this facility is going to be placed. There's no plans in place to ensure the safety and well-being of the elementary school kids that attend that school. I am in favor of our average income in West Harlem is $96,000 a year. We are in favor of CB9's resolution. We are advocating for low-income housing that mirrors the income level of the people within the community. Therefore, due to the number of irregularities in the process, the oversaturation of facilities in the community, the lack of the loss of health care, and I strongly urge the commission not to approve this project, that it should be scrapped. We should go back to scratch, put out RFP for low-income housing and an open, transparent bidding process. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Penny. Okay, I'm just going to ask folks who are here just to please hold your applause. We can do the jazz hands or something quiet, whatever works, but let's just, we got to keep the hearing going. Okay, we have Ernest Lyles on Zoom, followed by Jennifer Besser.
Can everyone hear me? No. Can everyone hear me?
Mr. Lyles, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Apologies for that. Good morning. So my name is Ernest Lyles. I'm a resident of this community and a parent of two daughters. I live actually right on the block, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed supportive housing development at 1727 Amsterdam Avenue, particularly as it's designed, cited, and presented to the community. Let me be clear, this opposition is not rooted in stigma, nor is its opposition to supportive housing in principle. It's rooted in public safety, child welfare, transparency, and responsible planning, especially in a neighborhood that is already vulnerable. They showed pictures through the PowerPoint presentation, and I think people have mentioned it before about the schools. Actually, across from the 1727 Amsterdam Avenue are actually 4 active schools. Every morning and every afternoon, hundreds of children and families walk past this building. Any development at this location must be evaluated first and foremost through the lens of child safety. For families like mine, this is not a theoretical concern. As an elementary school parent, I personally had to walk my daughter to school and guide her over yellow police caution tape because a homicide had occurred directly in front of that building. No parent should ever have to explain to their child why they're stepping over a crime scene on the way to school. That experience alone should give this board pause. This block has documented history of serious violence and criminal activity, and these concerns were raised directly and explicitly with the developer years ago. They mentioned our meeting in August 2019. I remember it vividly. We met with representatives of BRC, the organization that you got the proposal from. During that meeting, I asked specific questions about safety and whether any meaningful assessment of the immediate area had been conducted. I asked whether they were, one, aware that in May 2018, a man was shot and killed next door in what was described as execution-style shooting inside of a fried chicken restaurant. I asked that if they were aware in June of 2018, there was a shooting at a pizza shop, a Papa John's, four doors down from the building. And I'd even asked in August, for the meeting in August of 19, if they were aware that in June of 2019, that a man was killed by a stray bullet directly in front of the building at a bus stop. In response, they said they were unaware of those incidents, nor had they really conducted any substantive crime or safety analysis of the block. And it was very clear that they had not really interacted with the NYPD at all ahead of assuming such a serious responsibility. That admission was deeply troubling, so much so that their CEO had come to visit me right after that meeting, probably out of embarrassment, only to do none of the follow-up items that he had said. And it's quite disappointing to hear that maybe that visit is what's being used as the fodder for saying about their community walks that they've had. Those incidents were not obscure or distant events. They were recent, violent incidents occurring directly on this block in full view of residents, families, and school children. The fact that they were unknown to the developer, and that no engagement with law enforcement had occurred demonstrates a fundamental failure of due diligence. These risks are not speculative. They are existing, well-documented conditions that residents have lived with for years. I live on this block. I regularly observe individuals exiting the actual facility, have historically. They cross the street right where that picture was, to the bodega, where there's an open-air drug transaction. And then they move south. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next, do we have Jennifer Beiser?
Promoting her now. Jennifer, can you unmute?
I think I did. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, thank you. My name is Jennifer Beiser, and I manage the new local merchant association. It reaches about 500 of the small storefront businesses in the area. 145th Street in Amsterdam is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on a city-owned site, and it's one of the most visible intersections in Upper Manhattan. It's a major transit corridor and is a gateway and hub for the community. And the proposal before you does not meet the spirit of a city-owned site, of the commercial overlay and rezoning that happened in 2012. And it really creates a dead zone at the street level. If you've seen the renderings, there is no ground floor retail space or flexible space, and it breaks any kind of pedestrian traffic and flow and really weakens the business district that's already struggling. The retail space is needed here and in demand. On Broadway, there's been institutional real estate developers who are selling off properties and emptying the retail storefronts there on Broadway. And removing the chance for new retail space at this site really just deepens the problem. The proposal does not maximize use of public land. or strengthen the commercial vitality for the long term. And on city-owned land of this importance, I think the city should demand more, and I hope that you support the community board's resolution and revisit this project. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up is Paula Broadwater, followed by Barry Weinberg. I believe we're both here with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Just put my glasses on. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Paula Broadwater. I am a long-term resident of Hamilton Heights, as well as a community stakeholder. I own a business there as well. Let me be clear, this community does support affordable housing, and we understand the urgency of the housing crisis. What we oppose is the lack of transparency. Even before you today, you have been given information that is not factual. What we oppose an imbalanced land use planning that continues to over-concentrate supportive housing in West Harlem without proportional consideration of cumulative impact. According to the application, this project proposes 200 total units, of which 120, 60% are for supportive housing for formerly homeless individuals, largely studio appointments, as you've heard, and an environmental impact statement has yet to be done. That is not a balanced this is not going to be a balanced mixed income development, as you've heard from others here today. Also, with regard to the crime that has been pointed out, meetings with the local police department, they have indicated that they don't even have the capacity to police another 120 homeless, mentally ill people in our community. As a homeowner, I, as well as a business owner, I applaud the services of giving people affordable housing, but we want affordable housing, and we don't need to over-concentrate our neighborhood with more people that cannot be contained and controlled. So this site sits adjacent to historic districts, schools, healthcare facilities, and it's already a dense network of social services, yet no environmental impact statement was required to study the cumulative effects on healthcare access, school safety, or neighborhood capacity. The question before you is not whether housing should be built here, but what kind, at what scale, and at what balance. Equitable planning requires that supportive housing be distributed citywide and not disproportionately concentrated in communities that have historically carried more than their share. I respectfully urge the Commission to reject this application in its current form and require a revised proposal that reduces the concentration of supportive housing, increases deeply affordable and family-sized units, addresses cumulative impacts through further environmental review, and meaningfully incorporates community board input. Commissioners, this community is not saying no to housing. We are saying no to imbalance. Planning is about equity, not expediency. Until this proposal reflects fair distribution, true affordability,
Thank you, Ms.
and real
Broadwater.
community partnership, it should not move forward. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Mr. Weinberg, followed by Tony Denoyer.
Good morning, afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Barry Weinberg. I am a public member of the Housing, Zoning, and Land Use Committee of Community Board 9, and I was chair of the board from 2019 to 2023 when this was brought to our attention by Mr. Orihuela. And I am deeply, deeply, deeply frustrated to have to be here before you, but it was a hard-fought victory of the community board to even have this go through ULURP. For 3 years, HPD and HHC insisted that they did not have to do ULURP despite disposing of a city-owned land. When we urged them to upzone the site in 2022 upon finding out about the project, they said that they didn't want to do a ULURP and so would not be pursuing an upzoning. When we pointed out that a ULURP was required anyway, they ignored it and denied it. They have been misrepresenting the truth, making deliberate misstatements and factually incorrect statements, even up to today. The potential relocation of Heritage Health is not confirmed, is not funded, does not have any permits, and Heritage themselves testified to that in the public hearing that we held on this in October. The technical memorandum that they issued on October 8th, after we pointed out that they lied and they inaccurately responded to the question stating that no social services would be impacted, assumes a relocation that Heritage has not committed to and does not have funding to undertake, and refuses to even conduct the required consultation with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene specified by the seeker manual. This application is not complete. If you look at the EAS, it states that it's not even pursuing a ULURP action. It's just pursuing public funding because they did not intend to go through ULURP for this. So I am asking this commission to reject it for all of the reasons stated before, for the reasons stated in the 20-odd pages of Community Board 9 resolutions that have been passed on this, but mostly because someone asked about a DEIS, a draft EIS. There is none because they lied on their EAS and concluded they didn't have to do one. And so, this is not complete, this is not accurate, this is not forthcoming, there is still no transparency, and I am at a loss to explain why this should be approved. To answer Commissioner Ramon's earlier questions, the Community Board suggested an R8A upzoning, which at the time would have provided for about 300,000 square feet of developable FAR, which would have allowed the full return of medical services, a ground floor commercial space to enliven the streetscape, and 50% more housing square footage. That was before City of Yes. Under City of Yes, that could potentially be expanded, I think, up to 300,000 square feet. This is a rare opportunity to develop city-owned land in our neighborhood, and we want to see it maximally developed. We do not want to look back on this in 10 and 20 years and say, oh, well, yeah, we could have had another 100 units, but for whatever reason, we decided not to. So I would urge the Commission to not accept the proposal as stated, to send it back, and to encourage HPD to work with the community to develop a better proposal that returns the Medicaid services at the site and maximizes housing.
Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. Before you go, Commissioner Osorio has a question.
Thank you for your testimony. And two quick questions. One is whether you can please submit your testimony in writing, especially the rationale that you just exposed in terms of why you think what you were thinking and how you landed to the configuration that you explained today in terms of when you requested the upzoning, number one. Number two, can you please encourage the folks from Heritage to submit testimony?
We have done so. I think they are on the line. I'm not sure if they've applied to testify. Adrian Thomas, I think their chair might be the one to testify. I would just say, to answer your question, we came to this because we understand that Amsterdam is a wide avenue. 145th Street is a wide cross street. It is located between two major subway lines, and a 14-story or 145-foot tall building would not be massively out of place. There are buildings on 141st and Convent Avenue down the street that are at least 10 stories, and so this would not be wildly out of character with the neighborhood. But I think the other motivation there was we were trying to find a way to bring back the federally qualified health center in addition to the mental health clinic, because those are two separate operations at the site. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks, Mr. Weinberg. Okay. Mr. Denoyer, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tony Dunoyer. I'm a resident of the CB9. Actually, my house is 2 blocks away from this projected facility. I come here as someone who has lived the consequences of poor planning, and especially when I read the numbers and the statistics of this project, what I see is a total imbalance in the 120 number in comparison to the affordable housing. Knowing the consequences in the day-to-day life as a homeowner, I am really concerned about the long-term implication of having to deal with the people who suffer from mental illness. So I strongly oppose this project in its current form, and I just have one question to the Commission, which is how many projects come to you to be when they have faced, go forward when they have faced such a strong opposition from the community board and in particular the most recent vote, 30 against 2. This is so overwhelming. So I'm really wondering how many projects go forward in their current shape when they face that much opposition from the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay. Next up is Metin Sarsi, followed by Michael Henry Adams and Alexa Donafin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Metin Sarsi, and I currently serve as co-chair of the Housing, Land Use, and Zoning Committee in Manhattan's Community Board 9. I've served the public for 13 years, both as a housing specialist in the City Council as well as currently in the New York City Housing Authority. I find that the applicant's plan for 1727 Amsterdam fails to maximize the public benefits of a dollar land disposition. Under the City of Yes, the universal affordability preference was designed to increase density and public financing efficiency. By refusing to seek an R8A zoning designation, the applicant is choosing to leave nearly 150,000 square feet of space on the table. In the citywide housing crisis, it is the failure of planning to settle for an R72 envelope that yields only 200 units when an R8A designation has the potential to double that output to 400. Beyond residential units, the current plan represents an operational failure in city planning. A 60% reduction in facility space from 59,000 square feet down to just 21,000 will not only lead to a reduction of existing services, but fails to consider that populations grow and age. In a neighborhood where social service needs increase as more units enter the market, cutting these facilities is short-sighted and negligent. We've been told that revising this project would interrupt funding or add years to the timeline. This is a manufactured threat. In Harlem, Project 145 was rejected despite the same take-it-or-leave-it rhetoric, only to be redesigned just a year later to include the deeper affordability for units that were originally claimed to be impossible. Furthermore, the amendments under the 2025 Charter Revision mandate a more efficient, fast-track review for city-owned land. That makes any process delay for argument legally and procedurally obsolete. I ask you to disapprove this plan in favor of a proposal that increases density and services alongside a community coalition that will advocate for its expedition. A community-led plan will produce quality, long-term benefits for West Harlem rather than settling for the short-term accolades of a suboptimal build. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Commissioner Mann, did you have a question as well?
No.
Commissioner Mann?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to parse one point here, because I think we've heard a couple times now that the community is supportive of additional density on the site. Is that true if the supportive housing component remains the primary affordable housing portion of the project, meaning that we just take the 200 units of supportive housing and we increase the density to R8 or something similar?
That is correct.
It is correct. Got it. So the you would, I don't want to speak for others, but are supportive of the supportive housing increase. And so that's not the rub here as much as that you really believe the density is insufficient.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Can you share with us or help us understand when in the process did the board suggest the R8A as an alternative? How early on did that happen?
Sure thing. So I will say I came on as co-chair. This would have been in May. So I'm a recent co-chair. In review of there was a 2023 resolution that was passed by the community board. Part of what we did was we looked at that resolution. We took a look at what existed from the time of that proposed resolution and saw changes that we could apply if we were to use City of Yes, the opportunity program. And we just saw that overall, the plan in and of itself is suboptimal. Like if we're thinking of using public subsidy, our taxpayer money, to fund a program, then we want to get the max use out of it. Again, this is me probably thinking from a NYCHA standpoint as a public benefits corporation. But, if we are going to do something that is going to ultimately lose ownership, in this case being city-owned land, then we have to pursue the max. If not for the community, then for something even greater than that. And I think that's what we're trying to propose.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the explanation of the rationale, and if you can share with us sort of like any instances where you've made that officially, that it's a recommendation officially, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you kindly.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for your testimony and the amount of thought and work you've put into this. A number of the people who have spoken today have said this is the wrong location for homeless or formerly homeless services. So I'm concerned that, does the community board agree with your assessment that if the entire R8 building were for homeless services, that would be okay, that the location would not be a problem?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think part of it is clarifying that, for community members who have seen a huge amount of congestion of homeless services into the community, that they would look at a project like this and assume that this is yet another shelter that's coming into the system. So part of it is us coming into the fold to, one, support the fact that we are supportive of supportive housing because it does help people, and kind of dispel the myth of, that this is going to be a shelter that's coming in. We're familiar with the fact that supportive housing is something that folks need, especially when you need to get back on your feet, and you need something like BRC, who has done amazing work, to come in and help folks. And so I think part of it is to let folks know that, in Harlem, despite the fact that we're over congested with services like homeless services, that not only do we want more of that, but we want to do further than that. We want to take that a step further so that we're not just checking a box and saying, let's pat ourselves in the back. We put in some units of housing. Let's call it a day. And I think especially in these times, we require a bit more strategic thinking, especially in the way we partner with communities.
Okay. And the other issue that a number of speakers raised was the relocation of the other facilities in the building. And does the committee believe if the property were rezoned that all of the other facilities should stay in the building? And as some people brought up, that the first floor should be a commercial or retail activity?
Well, I definitely don't want to speak for the nonprofit organizations. The idea would be to have these services available. I think the thing that we don't think about when we construct these things is what happens later. Because you can build a 21 square foot facility only to find out a year or two after it gets built that you're now in need of more space, and now you're kicking yourself because now you have a greater need for capacity, and you're kind of stuck with this the facility that's being proposed. So I think part of it is in allowing for a certain expansion, it allows not only a way of diversifying that funding, especially because I think some folks have talked about bringing in some sort of commercial space, but it also allows us to think about, what exactly we can do with this space to kind of fill those gaps, whether it be bring in additional services or something that may be missing from the community. But that should be a community discussion, and I definitely don't want to input my own authority in that. I hope that helps.
Yeah, and would you be opposed to the UDEP designation being adopted without the project approval?
I think if it was done as originally intended, coming from a public benefits corporation, I could understand wanting to use H&H as a way to not go through ULURP.
Well, the UDEP has to go through ULURP anyway. As long as it's more than 4 units of new construction, it's going to have to go through ULURP.
To a certain extent, if it was in the belief that the land was under the property ownership of the Public Benefits Corporation, that might change. Where if they sought to build as of right, which I think that's what they did originally, they could forego the process, similar as how NYCHA would do with certain properties.
Right, although, as I said, as long as the UDAP is involved, the state legislation requires that it go through this process.
As it should.
So HHC may be able to dispose of the property through their board approval and their operating agreement, but that wouldn't get the project. That would just get them to be able to sell, lease, or otherwise transfer the property to BRC, and then there'd be no program for the actual construction.
This is true.
Think about it, and maybe
Absolutely.
if you could get back to me, I'm interested in if we can parse the baby, so to speak.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you kindly, Commissioner. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Saucy, I just wanted to clarify, I think it was focused on the speakers list when you may have broached this earlier.
Sure.
But under your scenario of an R8 and a possible increase to 300 units or thereabouts, would you be opposed to maintaining the 60% supportive housing ratio, or would that be reduced as a result of the increase?
No, I'd be for the increase. I think ultimately we're looking for something that not only diversifies the portfolio, which in and of itself would make it a more viable project, but I think overall we're looking to address multiple things in which we want folks from supportive housing to get housing. We want folks from our community to also have housing. And then we also want to consider families and folks who also live in the area, folks who may currently be overcrowded in the area, who may be looking for something larger in which this project could accommodate.
Okay, thank you. Just
Thank you.
to clarify that. Any other questions for Mr. Saucy? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Michael Henry Adams.
I don't see him in the Zoom.
Okay. Alexa Donovan.
We have her. We'll promote her.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have I joined successfully?
I hear you. We hear you. Yes.
Yes, I'm joining from California, so so it's not afternoon here yet. I am the one of the founding members of the West Harlem Community Preservation Organization and the founding president of the West 144th Street Landmark Block Association. And on behalf of those organizations, I am speaking out in opposition to this project as it has been presented. I echo and co-sign all of the other comments that have been made previously in opposition about the lack of transparency, about no involvement with CB9 or late involvement with CB9, as well as issues with the process to date, with the opposition to not having full maximization of the site that could be utilized, the displacement of the healthcare services, including the Jackson Ophthalmology Center, which actually I've been a patient of for over 20 years, which serves not only our community, but a far-reaching community. And I believe that Dr. Jackson is going to be submitting a statement relative to that. That heritage is being forced out. It is not in cooperation with H&H that is being happening. There is a lawsuit afoot. We have been fighting for years to try and be heard. The community is in overwhelming opposition to the project because of the oversaturation, but also for the need for true affordable housing, true workforce housing for teachers and nurses and police officers and other people who are being forced out because New York City is not affordable. That is not the concept of the city of yes. I am a registered architect licensed in the state of New York and other states. And I also know that the building should be replaced and can be replaced with something that should be sustainable. We have examples of models such as Broadway housing communities facilities, of which there are over 7, that have been successfully implemented that provide supportive housing and a sustainable model for projects of this size and scale. BRC, by their own admission at one of our community board meetings, has never done a project of this size or scale. They do not have a track record to operating projects of this nature, of this size and scale. May have done that in smaller instances, but nothing of this scale. So they have no track record. And so to cede this property to them for the meager sum of $1 in order to provide something that they do not have experience in providing or developing is not the best use of the site. It is a prominent site. It does have a lot of opportunity, and we hope that the city will take advantage and maximize the potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexa. That is your 3 minutes. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Alexis Saunders. I'm sorry, Tiffany. I'm sorry, Tiffany Kahn. Then Alexis Saunders.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. Before I begin my time, I just wanted to state that the email about today's meeting was sent only 2 days ago. And we are also in the middle of the day on a Wednesday when the vast majority of working families are unable to attend these meetings. So it is deeply frustrating for a lot of people in the community who already feel that their voices are never heard to not be able to participate in such meetings. I wanted to begin by stating that I am a former community board member, CB9. Before becoming an official member in 2021, I was a public member attending meetings going back as far as 2019. So it was never stated when I attended any of the Housing, Land Use, and Zoning Committee meetings or the environmental health and environment meetings that this was something that we would be supporting, neither from the board members nor from community members, to have additional units of supportive housing, as the young man Mateen just stated. So I understand that Mateen joined in May of last year. He's likely unfamiliar with that, but I just wanted to clarify that for the record. The other issue is that this entire project began cemented in lies. Our relationship, it began in bad faith, and our relationship with all 3 of these agencies has been cemented in this foundation of lies. Everything from the ownership of the land, the duration of the tenancy, the fact that it was supposed to be a land lease, and now, as recently as October of 2025, we were informed that it was actually going to be a sale of the land for $1 because of, quote, blighted property. The word blight, as most of you know, it has its roots in racism, by the way. I wanted to state for the record, I am staunchly opposed to this project in its current form, on the basis alone of the fact that HHC has lied before the City Council about the disruption of services, calls into question their integrity. And the fact that I believe that this project should actually be transferred to a nonprofit such as BHC, Broadway Housing Communities, that has extensive experience not only with supportive housing and mixed-use housing, but also providing other resources to the West Harlem community. I should also state that Judge Arthur Engron, who presided over the Supreme Court case in August of this year, who ruled in favor of the parents of the Peck Slip School in Lower Manhattan for a similar project that was adjacent to their school, noted that there was never a fair share analysis conducted. And as far as I know, there has also not been a fair share analysis conducted.
Thank you. You can submit a written remarks if you wish to supplement your testimony, but you have 3 minutes, so thank you.
Okay.
Questions? Commissioner Benjamin.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the same question. Part of your testimony is that this is not the right location for these services.
Correct.
So are you in favor then of the idea that it would be rezoned so that the services there would be more intensive.
You mean, can you clarify what you mean by more intensive?
There would be more units that would be devoted to formerly homeless persons at this location.
2 blocks from this location, we have another shelter that's being built for families, and we have...
Although this isn't a shelter, as I understand it, it is a long-term housing.
Right. It is intended to serve formerly homeless folks with mental health and substance abuse issues. I believe that we have already over almost 1,000 shelter beds nearby. It serves similar populations. I don't think we need additional. I think we need to be more proactive, as Victor Edwards stated, about preventing families from arriving in shelters or individuals from winding up in shelters rather than being reactive. There are too many instances of 3 generations of people, children who go off to college and cannot return to the community, and some of which wind up in employment shelters. This notion of an employment shelter should be an oxymoron.
Right, but I'm trying to get at, would you oppose the upzoning?
I'm not opposed to the upzoning, no.
Even though you believe this site is wrong for this purpose?
I think if we have, again, BHC provides supportive housing. I think it's fine if they have a few units of supportive housing in the building. I don't think we need an increase.
Right, but right now it would be 100-odd units, and other testimony suggested it could be as many as 300 with the R8.
I don't think we need that. We do not need an additional several hundred at this location.
Okay. So you would be of the opinion that this is not the right site for 100 units or more. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just had a quick question in terms of the fair share analysis. Point taken. I was wondering if you know of any documentation that the board may have carried out in this regard, just for us to understand the extent to which you've analyzed that.
So I have not analyzed the full text of the fair share analysis, although I'm happy to submit that later. But part of the issue is to look across the city and ensure that we have a fair share number of similar units. And West Harlem currently has many more. And what was not included was the fact that we also have a number of methadone clinics.
Thank you. My question is really whether the board has actually researched this or has accounted for exactly the amount of facilities within the radius, et cetera.
It's difficult to obtain precise numbers because some shelters, especially women's clinics, for instance, are, because of domestic violence concerns and identifying where they're located, that data cannot be given with precise numbers. But the board hasn't, the fair share analysis has come up in meetings, not at the community board, but in other groups that I'm a part of.
Thank you. Any information that you can share with us in terms of your accounting of where you think there may be issues with fair share would be useful, just for us to understand or incorporate that as part of our analysis. Thank you.
Sure. And can I just, I had brought this with me. Sorry, 1 second. But I would like to also submit that, unfortunately, this developer, BRC, has been audited several times by Thomas DiNapoli, who, by the way, is a Democrat. There have been a number of people who've called into question whether Tom DiNapoli is capable because he may be Republican. He is not. This is not a partisan issue. But they have been audited because of their inability to fulfill their contract around the Penn Station, mitigating the homelessness there. That $5 million contract that they were awarded, if they cannot meet the needs of that, because over 1 million of it was being used elsewhere, then we cannot be, what sort of confidence does the community have that they can meet the needs of this over $85 million contract? I'm happy to share this with you. You can send it around. Thank you very much.
You have a question? Okay, I think our next speaker is Alexis Saunders. The list is going down.
I don't see her in the Zoom.
Okay. So I need you to call the next speaker, because I don't have them here.
We had Alexa.
Oh, sorry, there she is.
Okay.
Hi, good
Ms.
afternoon.
Saunders, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So my name is Alexis Saunders. I'm not only speaking for myself, but on behalf of my mom, Sandra Saunders. We've both been living in the community for years. My mom has been here since the 1950s, and I've been here all my life. I'm 24. So we are opposed to the new project because in this day and age, mental health, dental and medical care that's provided at Heritage Health is extremely important, especially given the political climate now where insurance is being taken from people left and right. And unfortunately, my mom is one of those victims where her previous provider no longer accepts her insurance, and she's now at Heritage Health for dental care. And she has an amazing dentist there. And for the building to be taken down for, the apartments is, I don't think it's correct. We don't think it's correct. Would you like anything to say? She definitely needs the medical care, and as well as the 10,000 other people that attend the facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Yuan Chen in Zoom.
Yuan Chen.
Yuan Chen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Yuan Chin, and I'm speaking as the administrator of the West Harlem Community Preservation Organization, and as a West Harlem resident and community advocate for almost 30 years. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed project at 1727 Amsterdam Avenue. First of all, I'd like to say we are strongly in support of the CB9's vote to deny the application as presented. And secondly, I wanted to clarify something that was said earlier by Mr. Sarkey. I cannot remember any discussions within the community board or in the community about increasing the percentage of supportive housing if there was upzoning of that site. We are staunchly opposed to an increase of supportive housing. What the community needs and want is affordable housing for the working class, families and young adults coming into the workforce, and also a project that brings community and economic benefits, especially to the commercial corridor. We do not need more supportive housing. There's a 200-bed facility a block away. The neighborhood needs resources, amenities, and facilities that will allow it to thrive. This is a major corner, a major transit corridor, which, if it were planned appropriately and with some with concerns to what the community need, utilizing the planning tools afforded by the city, then that is what we want in the community, not more supportive housing. And most of what has been said, I support, and I urge the the commission to reject the proposal as it is in its current form, and that we should take it back to the table, take it back to the community, and come up with something that works for and benefits all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Rihanna Anderson, in person.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As Mama Carolyn Brown said, no one here is saying not in our backyard, but it's a real missed opportunity not to ask what kind of backyard we want to build and whether this proposal truly serves both the residents who will live there and the community that surrounds it. Before I moved into the neighborhood 2 years ago, I was invited to visit a limited bed mental health complex in California and was in awe at what was possible for treatment facilities. When I moved, I saw this corner and started dreaming about what we could do here and immediately texted a picture to the California hospital CEO. I wondered aloud to him how we could improve the offerings, how we could have a world-class facility in Harlem, a storied neighborhood that literally embodies new horizons, a renaissance to all those who know our story. What is proposed is not it. As a licensed clinical psychologist, researcher, and neighborhood who lives on the block and would have had no idea what was going on without CB9's flyers on post, I have hope that we can create a new vision for our community together. I offer my opposition to the proposal for the following reasons. First, on supportive housing design and saturation. As you've heard, this community already carries more than its fair share on supportive housing and social service infrastructure. Oversaturating one neighborhood, particularly Harlem, creates real and disproportionate risks, relapse, recidivism, and strain on already limited local resources, particularly in areas surrounded by schools and child care facilities. This is not equitable city planning. Importantly, the proposed scale exceeds what research shows is effective. Evidence suggests that supportive communal housing works best at 50 clients or fewer. Larger facilities consistently show worse mental and physical health outcomes for residents, notwithstanding vulnerable populations who will also share the building. Getting people indoors is critical, but without the right scale and services, housing is not enough. Second, on clinical support and accountability, the proposed staffing ratio, 8 providers for 120 residents, raises serious concerns. Even if this ratio reflects real-world constraints, we need clarity. What level of acuity are residents being discharged with? What clinical services are actually provided on site? Who supports caseworkers and building staff when crises will occur? Third, on space and community use. An improved and rebuilt space could and should include covered waiting areas, seating, and first-floor health and social services that invite the community in rather than isolating the building from its surroundings. As it currently stands, the new building has limited community use to replace or improve upon community offerings. Housing first matters, but it must be done thoughtfully. This is not about saying no, it's about dreaming and building something that works for residents, for neighbors, and for the long-term health of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dietrich Geister in Zoom, but I don't see him in the Zoom.
Dietrich Geisler?
Dietrich Geister? No. Monica Diaz McMillan? I don't see her in the Zoom either. Monique Hardin Cordero is in the Zoom. We'll promote you. Monica, can you hear us?
I do hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monique Hardin Cordero, and I'm a 37-year resident of CB9 and live actually down the hill and around the corner from this proposed facility. I also want to
disclose that I'm the first vice chair for Community Board 9. You've already heard a great deal from the prior presenters, so I won't rehash everything that was said, but I will simply state that we agree that there is a need for supportive housing in the city. What we do not agree with is the oversaturation of supportive housing, especially in our community. We do support more truly affordable permanent housing, especially for especially for families, which is in short supply in our community. Just 2 blocks away, as stated earlier, there's already the erection of a supportive housing complex, which follows additional supportive housing, transitional, and homeless facilities, which already exist in our community. We need more resources to support those already in our community who are struggling. This is a major commercial area, as stated before, and has tremendous potential. And we look forward to continue open dialogue with the developers to move this project forward in a positive direction that serves the current residents, local businesses, and other neighboring establishments. Those are my comments for the moment, and thank you for allowing me to share briefly.
Thank you very much.
The next person to signed up is Adrienne Thomas. She's in Zoom. We'll promote her.
Can you hear me?
Adrienne, can you? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm wearing 2 hats here. I'm currently the chair of Heritage Health and Housing. But first, I want to speak to you about the housing part as far as this building is concerned. I served as a property manager at 1833 Amsterdam Avenue, which is about 4 blocks up, multifamily building, 98 units. This area is very short of having multifamily housing for people with low and middle income. So if that building was erected for those type of families, it would be fine. It's never a good mix to mix seniors and families with people that unfortunately have mental health issues. I've also managed buildings for people that had these type of issues over on the east side. It's not easy to have them to interact with the community. There's a school across the street, as you know, not even 500 feet away, and a lot of other things that's going on over there. As the chair of Heritage Health and Housing, we serve over 10,000 patients a year. During COVID, we gave out over 30,000 COVID shots. No one was laid off. No one was lost their jobs. We furloughed the dentists because they wasn't able to give that type of service, but they did outreach. We are currently preparing to move to 1649 Amsterdam Avenue. It was very hard to try to find commercial space in that area that could accommodate the health center. We will be from the basement to the 3rd floor in that building. Those floors was previously occupied by ACMH, and that had residents that had mental health issues. They moved up on Convent Avenue. All right. So Heritage has that building in 1649. We have 84 units, that's SRO, that we have a contract with HPD, and we also own a building on 152nd Street, which has 20 units of people with mental health issues. So we're part of that equation on both ends. When we move to 1649, we will have enough space to accommodate the services that we give, which is a vast amount of services. The residents of Hamilton Heights and even further, we have patients that come from the Bronx. We have patients that come from Central Harlem. We have a couple of patients that come as far up as Yonkers, okay? They look forward to coming to the Center for Services. every now and then I have to reassure our staff that what we're there for.
Time.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, thank you. That's your 3 minutes. Let me just ask you, however, what is the cross street of 1649 Amsterdam Avenue?
It's on 141st and 142nd and Amsterdam Avenue. It's a landmark building. So we had to get through landmarks, which was, trying. It used to be a hotel for minority entertainers that could entertain downtown back in the 40s, 30s,
Understood.
50s. And so we own that building.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Commissioner Mann.
Yeah, I apologize just if I'm asking you to repeat yourself, but just on the uncertainty around the relocation of the facility from the current location to the location you just described. So what is the schedule for that, or help me understand the position that you have on that relocation and the implementation of that?
Well, the timeline is kind of off because we were held up constantly on permits that we needed in order to, get to the next step. So we're at least 18 to 24 months out before opening up the center. In the meantime, we continue to serve the community at 1727. I wrote each and every council person twice and asked them for grace in order to give us time enough, because the red tape we're trying to, and then with the landmarks, you got to move this over there, you got to do this. So we got pretty much all of that straightened out. So once that's done, then we putting the funding in place and start the renovations on the inside of the building. The outside of the building is already done. If you walk, it's a beautiful building. If you walk by it, you'll see that it is really nice. And it's going to be a state-of-the-art health center.
And just because there's been some testimony today about whether the clinic is relocating or not. So you're speaking on behalf of the clinic that you're moving in 18 to 24 months. And how does that overlap with the development project's timeline and your ability to continue to serve the community in the next 18 to 24 months? I want to make sure I'm getting that right.
It shouldn't. I'll put it this way. Being that we have a legal case pending, it shouldn't be any interruption with the services that we're currently offering the community. But this summer, during the heat wave, y'all was all here, the HVAC system broke down. So we was out of, service for about 10 days. So then before something, is always something. Thank goodness we have heat. But it seems like what HAC did, they trying to deal with us like in fear. They came and snatched all our pictures off the wall that they own, and they put a big scaffolding around the building that's enabling the patients and the doctors from parking. So they doing little things to try to disrupt the services, but we forge on. Okay, so we're not, it's no disruption in service unless if it's a major situation as no heat or no light or anything like that.
Okay, understood. And is the new location, is that the same size as the current location?
We have additional square footage. I don't have the numbers ahead of me, right in front of me, but it's sufficient enough space to continue the services. And we might even, I think we're adding one additional dental chair because our dental is really big in there. And since the pandemic, mental health services has increased, but all of our appointments is 48 hours out. So we're keeping up with the mental health issues. Should someone needs help, or instead of 3 months or 90 days or whatever they need, we're seeing them within 48 hours.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work, and thanks for explaining the schedule to us. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. One more thing.
I can't take any more testimony, but you can submit anything you wish us to hear in writing.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
The next two speakers, and I believe the last, are Lisa Edmondson, and she's in the Zoom. We'll promote her. Lisa, can you unmute? Lisa, can you unmute? Let's move on. We'll come back to Lisa and see if she can resolve her issues. Let's move on to Elizabeth Waitkus.
What's the name, Sarah?
Elizabeth Waitkus.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks so much for having me today. My name is Liz Waitakis. I didn't expect to be here today because I had an appointment this morning, but I have been watching on my phone as I've been walking. I am formerly co-chair of Housing, Land Use and Zoning for Community Board 9. I've been a member of Community Board 9 since 2010 through our rezoning. And as all of my colleagues have been saying today, this corner is just a very rare opportunity for neighborhood in terms of buildable square space. We've had 25% of our neighborhood taken away with eminent domain with Columbia University, and we really want to get this corner right. So as I've been watching, I've been conferring with my colleagues and just want to clarify a little bit more from the community board's perspective in terms of what we would be open to. So whether or not the building is upzoned, Community Board 9 continues to request that supporting housing mix be changed from 100% of the units designated for individuals with serious mental illness, substance abuse disorder, to no more than 25% for SMI, SUD, with the remaining 75% of the units designated for a mix of youth, existing foster care, people living with HIV/AIDS, survivors of domestic violence, homeless seniors, chronically homeless families. This change in qualification mix will result in a better balanced distribution of supporting housing units that as a whole is likely to require fewer supportive services outside of the case management provided on-site by BRC, and as a result, in fewer calls to emergency services. This change in population mix would also result in a higher average square footage for the supportive housing units, given that supporting housing units for families experiencing homelessness must be larger than studio size. And, I would also just add, what the community has been asking for is a better mix. And I think we'll get a better mix with a bigger building, with ground floor retail, with all of those health services that we're losing from that spot, in addition to more affordable and the better mix of units as just described.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions? Thank you very much.
We'll try to promote Lisa Edmonston again.
Okay.
Please accept the panelist invite, Lisa. She's not responding, so that's the last speaker for this hearing.
All righty. So we'll move on to our next.
Vice Chair, would you like to close the hearing?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay. I'll confirm that the hearing is closed then. The fourth public hearing item will be Borough of Brooklyn, calendar number 19, Community District 14, N260209 public hearing in the matter of a communication from the Landmarks Preservation Commission for a historic district designation concerning Beverly Square West Historic District. There is no presentation, but there are a couple of folks signed up in Zoom to testify.
Okay.
I will. So Jeffrey Thomas is in Zoom and will be followed by Eric Nielsen in person. So we'll get Jeffrey promoted.
Hi, may I go?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Jeffrey Thomas. I live a couple blocks away from the proposed Beverly Square West Historic District. With all due respect to my neighbors, I don't believe that these two proposed designations, I'm speaking both about this one and the proposed Ditmas Park West proposed Historic District, actually meet the purpose of Historic District designation. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with how New York City got started with historic preservation. We knocked down the old Penn Station, and we realized we knocked down a source of pride to New Yorkers, an architectural masterpiece, and we said, gosh, we need a process to make sure that we don't make that mistake again. This is a world-famous, iconic building. Even today, even though I guess most of us here probably aren't even old enough to remember seeing the old building in person, we still mourn its loss. If you look at the buildings in Beverly Square and Ditmas Park, and by which I mean the entire neighborhood, there's a mix of buildings of many types. There's the Victorians that are described in the application. There are several apartment buildings that are 6 or 7 stories high, old buildings with just as much of a claim to being historic as the Victorians. There are some lots with newer developments. There's a lot down the street from me that seems abandoned. And the Victorians are nice. The neighborhood is very nice. I'm not contesting that. I love living here. But I want to ask if historic preservation is the right tool. The proposed districts are a couple of blocks inside the neighborhood. The blocks right next to them that are outside the proposed borders have the same character. And even so, the proposed borders whine to avoid a school, a library, and an apartment building that is older than many of the Victorians inside the borders, which to me argues this isn't the same sort of thing as the old Penn Station. Historic preservation is a tool for exceptional situations. We cannot encase the entire city in amber. And I don't think that this proposal successfully argues that these blocks are so exceptional that they merit doing something different from our regular land use approach. I'm sure there are other speakers who are going to mention the relevance of City of Yes and the desire to exempt these districts from some of the zoning changes. And this is not the purpose of historic preservation. The zoning code exempts historic districts because historic districts are already exceptional. It doesn't create a new way to opt out of zoning code. If the case for a designation didn't exist before a certain zoning code change, it still doesn't exist after that zoning code change. And I would also like to bring up the question of equity in how we approach historic preservation. I think when you start saying we're going to mark nice residential neighborhoods as historic because they're nice, because they've remained intact for a century, and because the homeowners have the resources to pursue this kind of application, you start pushing development pressure onto all the neighborhoods that haven't been so fortunate, and what you end up preserving is historic inequity. You all know that City of Yes does not permit raising these lots and building a giant Hudson Yards in Flatbush. It authorizes modest growth that relieves the very pressure that causes entire blocks to be raised, that avoids the exact kind of development pressure that makes historic preservation necessary. It preserves the neighborhood character. I worry that designating these districts as historic will undermine the entire purpose of historic preservation. Thank you, Commissioners, for your consideration. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
The next person to testify is Eric Nilsson, who's here in person.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eric Nilsson. I'm here today to talk about the proposals for Beverly Square and Ditmas Park, and I'm stating my opposition to both of those things. New York City is facing a severe housing shortage. It has been for years. The vacancy rate, I think last year was 1.4%. It was the lowest rate since 1968. And I don't think we can afford to wall off more parts of the city for development that would alleviate these housing pressures. In addition, a lot of work was done with City Council and CPC in getting City of Yes passed through, and along the lines of these historic districts would be in areas that are in transit-oriented parts of Brooklyn that would essentially, you're trying to exempt these neighborhoods from City of Yes and that thing. And I think that flies in the spirit of what the city, all the work that was done to this point in getting City of Yes passed. We shouldn't be creating these zones to exempt them. Also, I'd like to say that my own neighborhood, I don't live in a neighborhood. I live in a different part of Brooklyn. I live in Bushwick. My neighborhood has done a lot in terms of addressing, accepting new housing development, all types of stripes from market rate, affordable, deeply affordable, transitional housing for the homeless, which is something I greatly support. I do think other neighborhoods also have to step up and do their own fair share like my neighborhood has. All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Chair, we don't have any more speakers on this hearing. Would you like to close the hearing?
The hearing is closed if there are no other speakers. Thank you.
The fifth public hearing item will be calendar number 20, Community District 14, N260210HKK, public hearing in the matter of a communication from the Landmarks Preservation Commission for a Historic District designation concerning Ditmas Park West Historic District. There is no presentation, but we have some speakers in Zoom.
Okay.
I'll call their name. Max Davidson. I actually don't see him in Zoom. Luke Lavanway. Luke,
Hi.
you can unmute.
My name is Luke Lavanway. I'm a resident of Fort Greene, Brooklyn, and I have lived in New York City for 13 years. I believe the number one priority for our city should be stopping the housing crisis. That means stopping gentrification, stopping displacement, lowering the rent, and making home ownership more accessible. I believe an additional historic district, particularly in the transit-rich neighborhood of Ditmas Park, goes against all of those priorities, and so I urge the CPC and the Brooklyn community to reject it. This historic district would effectively ban the creation of more housing in a neighborhood that is just half an hour from Manhattan on the Q train. But if we do not build more housing in Ditmas Park, then every person who moves into the neighborhood can only do so by pushing someone out of an existing home. Freezing the production of housing would result in the neighborhood gradually losing what makes it special, as residents at the bottom of the income spectrum will be pushed out. If you want to protect the soul of Ditmas Park, you must build more housing. If you are not convinced that historic districts create displacement and gentrification, look at the impact that preservation has had on the West Village. The architecture of the West Village is preserved, but socially and culturally, the neighborhood has lost much of what made it unique. The idea that an artist, an activist, or a person seeking refuge from oppression could move into the West Village today is totally unrealistic. The village has become a neighborhood accessible only to the wealthy. New residents moved into a limited supply of apartments, displacing the people who actually built the culture of the neighborhood. That's what happens when we don't build enough housing. To stop the displacement and save the soul of the city, we must build more housing so that landlords compete for tenants instead of tenants competing for apartments. We must welcome new people moving into our neighborhoods, and we must acknowledge that new people will move here anyway. The only question is whether they will move into new housing or into housing that was being lived in by someone who may have wanted to stay there. To conclude, I ask that the CPC and the Brooklyn community reject proposals for historic districts in the area of Ditmas Park. In this housing crisis, we must be focused on building more homes, not banning them. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alejandro Maldonado, and he's in Zoom, and we'll promote him. Hopefully.
Hi, am I connected?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hello, my name is Alejandro Maldonado. I speak on behalf of myself. I'm a lifelong resident of Victorian Flatbush, and I'm here to testify in opposition to the Beverly Square West and Ditmas Park West Historic District designations. New York is in the midst of an unprecedented housing crisis. We've all seen the data on historically low vacancy rates and dearth of new construction. While cities across the country and around the world have managed to continue building and stabilize rents, our city's families and young workers have been priced out. If New York is to keep its position as the most dynamic, diverse, and welcoming city in the world, it is urgent that it permit the construction of new housing to accommodate its residents. And if not here, in one of its outer boroughs' most transit-rich neighborhoods, then where? The transit-oriented development provision of City of Yes was designed for neighborhoods exactly like this one, where residents are 20 minutes from Brooklyn's downtown, 30 minutes from the city's financial district, and 45 minutes from Midtown. The two proposed historical districts sit directly on top of the BQ subway lines, with stops at Beverly, Cortelyou, and Newkirk, and they are equally close to the B68, B103, BM1, 2, 3, and 4 buses, with service to downtown Brooklyn, the financial district, and Midtown. I can't fathom the logic behind passing plans designed to increase the density of neighborhoods with rich transit options and access to central business districts, while simultaneously blocking opportunities for development in Flatbush, the exact kind of neighborhood this legislation was supposed to unlock housing in. City of Yes was meant to turn a page in New York City's long history of forcing low-income minority communities with poor transit options to bear the brunt of housing development. But with this proposal, it is clear that a small group of vocal NIMBYs are still able to leverage political power to deny their share of the work in implementing citywide initiatives designed to alleviate the pain of New Yorkers less fortunate than themselves. Many of the families in this neighborhood have children who will never be able to afford to live in this neighborhood, Brooklyn, or New York City as a result of the restricted building statutes imposed by laws and zoning policies governing this neighborhood and others like it. Free and competitive markets make housing more affordable, and I am deeply concerned with well-capitalized incumbent property owners taking advantage of the city's laws and zoning practices to disrupt the natural forces of the housing market and secure a free lunch for themselves. Further historic districting would represent another victory of the capitally endowed over the city's working families, the city's renters, and its next generation of professionals. What is being proposed is un-American and more reminiscent of the housing covenant and capital control laws of Victorian England than a sensible housing policy for Victorian Flatbush, which should accommodate the diverse, multi-generational workforce of a 21st century city. Flatbush is not a monument, it is a neighborhood. Our city should be designed for people to live in, not for people to look at. I'd also like to thank the CPC for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you.
The next person to testify is Bill Cryer on Zoom. We'll promote him. Bill, you can get going.
Hello, my name is Bill Cryer. I live in Inwood, in Upper Manhattan. Recently, I looked at an apartment in my neighborhood for my growing family, and the real estate agent pointed out the single-family homes and duplexes across the street. He talked about how the view from this apartment would never change because it is across from an historic district. While it was a nice view, I thought about what a shame it is that in the midst of our worst housing shortage since the 60s, we can't build more housing on those blocks, which have easy access to 2 subways and multiple bus lines. I also work in the Village, which is largely an historic district, and can't build nearly enough housing to meet demand. Very few of my coworkers can afford to live there. Historic preservation can be well-intentioned, but it is also preventing us from building adequate housing in many wealthy areas with access to transit and jobs. In some cases, that is the intention. In 2024, there was testimony against the transit-oriented development aspect of City of Yes, specifically because some houses in Ditmas Park near transit could be replaced with modest apartment buildings. Unfortunately, historic districts are a way to opt out of much of City of Yes, which CPC works so hard to pass. If we preserve lower density housing near transit, we are exacerbating the housing shortage and forcing people to live further from their jobs. I hope CPC will account for the desperate need for housing when reviewing these proposals. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next person signed up to testify is Eric Nilsson, again in person. Is he here? Okay, all right, thank you. And Alex Hoyer is signed up for Zoom, but he is not in the Zoom. So
Further speakers?
We do not have any more speakers for this item.
All righty, then the hearing is closed.
The 6th public hearing item will be at calendar numbers 21, 22, 23, 20 Berry Street, Community District 1, calendar number 21, C240271ZMK, calendar number 22N 240272ZRK, calendar number 23, C240273ZMK, a public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments and a special permit concerning 20 Berry Street. There will be a 10-minute presentation.
All righty.
Vice Chairman.
Introduce yourself, please.
And Howard Goldman, counsel for the applicant. Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioners, I have a quick few remarks, and then we have a presentation we'd like to show you. Jay Valgore is the architect, designer of the project. He'll give the presentation. Chris Havens is a commercial broker who's been working in Brooklyn for 40 years, who'll be available to answer your questions if any are relevant to that. Commissioner Benjamin asked whether there'd be a restrictive deck. The answer is yes. There's a special permit, there'll be a restrictive declaration, and the approved plans will be part of the restrictive declaration.
Although I have to say, I don't want to cut into your time, but I do have to say my question was further, which is if we wanted to, could we include in the restrictive declaration the requirement for a public restroom?
I would defer to the council's office on that question.
Weren't you the council here? Once upon a time?
Once upon a time, in the 1980s,
Let's
Commissioner.
restrict our
Okay,
back and forth
let's get going.
question period. Okay, let's go.
What this project will do is it will basically replace 8 one-story warehouses on a 40,000 square foot site with a 10-story mixed commercial and manufacturing building in an industrial business and incentive area. There are currently 8 curb cuts at the site on 3 streets. They will be replaced by a single curb cut, which will be located on North 13th Street. Under zoning, we would have to provide 728 parking spaces for this project. We have applied to reduce that to 80 spaces. And zoning would require 8 loading docks. We've applied to reduce that to 2 loading docks. And last comment is when we started this project for a long time, we didn't know about the industrial plan, but we are delighted that the department's industrial plan, which came out, I believe, last month, our project is very consistent with a lot of elements of that plan. It's a mixed-use project. It has benefits for residential people, and it also has benefits for the industrial sector. So we think we check the boxes on the industrial plan. So with that, let me turn it over to Jay Valgora.
Thank you, Howard. I'm Jay Valgora. It's a privilege to present again to the Commission. I'm a planner and an architect. I'm the founder of Studio V. It's not your typical client. He's an immigrant. He moved to this neighborhood decades ago, invested in this neighborhood, created his business here, built his business, and he wants to come before the Commission again today. He's sorry he couldn't be here, but actually to invest further into his neighborhood. This neighborhood has changed dramatically, and we believe the new plan is commensurate with where the neighborhood has gone. So Howard really went through the details of it, and I'll go quickly because the Commission has been very patient today. But we're looking at essentially a 10-story mixed-use building, and it's going to have a significant industrial component under the IBIA, which is 32,000 square feet of industrial or, quote, maker uses as defined by the zoning. About 160,000 square feet of commercial, of which 24,000 will be retail, small-scale retail. Chris can speak to that. 12,000 in restaurant. These are the kind of uses and sophisticated mixed uses you find in this community. We're essentially taking one-story warehouse uses, which worked here decades ago, and wiping it out and replacing with what we think is a very transit-oriented, sophisticated mixed-use proposal. It has about 123,000 square feet of office. It has, 2.5 acres, about 10,000 square feet of publicly accessible open space and plaza. Howard went through the parking too. So it's a zoning map amendment from M1 to M12, M11 to M12, zoning text amendment, and some special permits for height, setback, FAR, plaza, parking and loading. So this is the site here. It's on Berry Street between 12th and 13th. It's a very interesting site. You can actually see how the change to the zoning map is commensurate with the surrounding area. This actually shows, some of the additional information on that occupies about a half a block, and it's actually immediately adjacent to the William Vale Hotel. This is the use map, and you can see also we believe that the uses that are proposed are commensurate with the surrounding uses, and we can get into that a little bit. Here you can see the text amendment for the IBIA district. So this shows making an IBIA site shows that it's surrounded by other sites that have been approved by the Commission in the past. So again, we feel that this is an extension of a policy that was begun by the Commission and fits in well and is commensurate with the surrounding uses. The community benefits are important. It will support industry. We've gotten significant input and feedback from city planning staff and from local nonprofit advocates for makerspace and industrial space in this community. So we think it's going to really work with local entrepreneurs and small businesses. It has community serving retail, not big box. We're really targeting specifically small local Brooklyn retail, which is great because this neighborhood is really about that. The surrounding retail there is very interesting. It has a significant open space. We worked with a great landscape architect who's done a tremendous amount of public spaces in the city, Star Whitehouse. We really built the massing And I'm going to show you that because we're actually not even getting FAR or additional area for the plaza. We're really just getting height waivers, and that allowed us to actually create a more articulate massing that we think fits in, relates better to McCarran Park, and so forth. And we deal with issues of resiliency, and I can speak to that. So this is the existing site, 8 individual one-story buildings with 8 curb cuts. The one thing the client has always done is he incorporated local artists, even from the beginning, and we intend to do that in the new proposal. This is the proposed massing. You can see that we've pushed the majority of the massing to the back. We've created an open space. It relates to and opens to the park. We work closely with city planning staff for several years to really articulate this massing and create something that we think is highly responsive and very pedestrian-oriented and open and transparent and accessible that really engages the neighborhood and the park in a meaningful way. And you can see we also backed up the massing to the William Vale Hotel, which is significantly existing building, much larger. So we think that one height waiver we used well to really create something more articulate. This is the ground floor plan, and you can see there was some question of the commission too, like how do we deal with additional public access areas? So the plaza meets all the plaza requirements, but we elected to do additional open space to create greater access, visibility, sight lines, pedestrian walk-through areas from Berry Street onto 12th Street. So it was very important to us that we actually did more open space and public space and designed that very carefully. We'll show you some pictures in a moment. This is the second floor plan. You can see some of the industrial uses. By the way, on the ground floor plan, sorry, I'll go back. There is just the one curb cut. So we eliminated 7 of them, and we kept just one. And we worked with also nonprofit Evergreen, for example, to determine the loading characteristics, the elevators, to make sure that we would design a building that would actually work well for these industrial uses, which you can see here on the upper floor. You can see the articulation of the massing, how it steps back with the additional uses, how it has a very articulated kind of edge with series of terraces and gardens overlooking the plaza, how the massing actually works. There's even kind of an open arcade that forms the entrance and the lobby. It also forms covered spaces for bike parking. These are some of the open space drawings that actually show significant trees, benches, landscaping. The client also intends to incorporate local artists into public artwork in that. Again, sections through there's questions about stormwater. So we're capturing the stormwater for the site and bringing it within rain gardens. We do have retail below, so it doesn't go directly into groundwater recharge, but we're capturing that water. We're treating it with extensive greenery and plantings, which you can see here. Again, we work closely with staff to integrate seeding, public seeding, plants, and so forth. This is an overall massing diagram that actually shows the larger massing. The client insisted we use better materials. That was important to him too, even under an IBIA application. So we're actually using masonry brick that we think relates to the original historic kind of industrial scale of Greenpoint and terracotta on the upper office building and commercial building. You can see the significant definition of the open space and the gardens, the terraces, the articulation of the massing, which we think fits in and supports McCarran Park across the street. Here is a street view that shows from the corner of 12th Street and Berry Street. So again, the massing is set back against the William Vale Hotel, all active edges, all open retail at the perimeter. So we tried very hard to make sure it was a very open pedestrian landscape. You can see the way the greenery relates to the park, where we used riparian planting forms, and how we developed that. Also, Tillotson did the lighting, so we wanted to be safe. We wanted to feel open and secure. This incorporates some of the public artwork and the passages and openings that make the plaza more accessible. These are some of the views of the public access areas that further suggest that we want to create sight lines and make the space open and visible. And then this is that kind of arcade, which actually forms the entry to the commercial space and the lobby. So this really is, in conclusion, our approach to this. We'd be very happy to answer any questions from the commission. I did also want to address the issue of resiliency because we do a tremendous amount of work with resiliency. This is out of the floodplain. We are absorbing and treating stormwater. I feel privileged that I worked with the administration, with the mayor. I was actually the only architect that worked on a nonprofit basis to help support the city's waterfront plan, the 10-year comprehensive plan. And so we think we've taken those elements into account too. We would be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Commissioner Benjamin, take it away in.
Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation. I still have some questions about how the additional open space that is not used for the ICIA bonus is incorporated into the restrictive deck and what is required of that space.
I'll give you the simple answer. all of the site plan, including the non-plaza space, will be locked in the plans.
So perhaps to add to that, if that's your question, so you can see in this plan that I just pulled up, the plaza is the central space. It's kind of outlined with a kind of a rectangular dotted line in the center of the plan. Those additional sort of triangular spaces that lead into it, which are additional public access areas, access points, increase the visibility and sight lines into the plaza, welcome people in, if you will. That was the intent, and are also fully landscaped and treated. And as Howard mentioned, that'll be included in the restrictive deck. So really, we expanded on what would be required for the plaza, and the only reason we added those areas electively was in order to increase the visibility, access, and quality of the public space.
And they will have the same regulations as a POPs?
No, it does not meet the POPs regulations in any number. You know how complicated they are.
I do.
Can't be covered, can't be this wide, has to be visible from here. So that's why it's not part of the plaza. It doesn't meet those requirements.
The dimensions alone wouldn't allow us to do that. So in other words, because we electively added more public space, it wasn't that we were trying to do it to a lesser standard. It's certainly designed to the same standard, but it couldn't meet the POPs requirements because it just doesn't meet those technical criteria. And we did work closely with city planning staff and with our landscape architect, so there was no effort spared to keep the quality of those the same. It's just they don't meet the technical constraints of the POP standards.
Will it be open the same hours as a POPs would?
Yes, they flow through each other. They'll be included in the restrictive deck. They're fully designed and included within our application. So all of and we appreciate and understand the commissioner's questions. They're fully mandated, protected, open the same hours, and really designed to the same standards. That's fully our intent.
And there's no gates on the plans.
And the same, if you wanted to make changes, for instance, we've seen a number of spaces that are public in one way or another that come to us later on to put up a kiosk or a restaurant, or is that possible with this restrictive deck, or would that be a change that would have to come back to us?
It would come back.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up on that, what would be the hours of access for the park?
Well, I don't know that it's going to be closed. Jay, you want to?
I don't think we've established that, but it's designed to be entirely open. There is no means of closing it. The entry to the building itself is through those public spaces as well as directly off the street. So it's not designed in any way that it actually could be closed. It's also surrounded by active retail and restaurants, so we designed it to be an active public space that would be engaging, and because of even the design of the retail, we think that it serves very much like a public space, so there's not an intention to close it.
Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the presentation and for addressing our questions, and also upfront, thank you for clarifying the question about the curb cut. That's very useful. In following up on the discussion that we started at the review session, I just wanted to ask you a quick follow-up questions regarding the conditions put forth by the community board and the borough president. The first one, just to get that out of the way, are you willing to accommodate the public restroom or not? I mean, besides the kind of like legality of the conversation that Commissioner Benjamin alluded to, are you willing to accommodate that? Sounds like a easy to accommodate thing here.
The client is deeply concerned about that because he is, trying to develop something. He is a local entrepreneur business. He's not a large developer. We were there when the question first came up because after doing years of community outreach, even prior to the Euler process, and engaging closely with the community from the very beginning, this was something that came up at the very, very end, and it came up just at the request of one community board member. And I think it was a well-meaning request, but they compared it to Domino Park. And I would just reference that none of the IBIA projects have actually made a commitment like that in addition to all the other elements made. We researched this thoroughly in McCarran Park, and again, I think it was a well-meaning request, already has 2 full public restrooms at 2 different locations in the park that serve the park that are administered by the Parks Department. So there was a great concern and then finally the one that was referenced was Domino, which is, I believe, over 2,000 residential units over a 10-acre park. So over millions of square feet of commercial space. So it's really not commensurate with this application. So as a result of that, while the client has been very forthcoming and engaging with the community, he felt that would be onerous and actually, be detrimental to the success of the development. So it's not that he doesn't want to do community-based things. We engage in a very extensive process. We have worked to satisfy and received very positive feedback from the community, but this one request that came in literally at the very end of the process, he feels would be onerous and detrimental to the development of the project.
Well, thank you for addressing the question. I would encourage you to think about that thoroughly. I mean, it's something that is coming from both the community board and the Brooklyn board president. I think that in addition to whatever public restrooms there could be available through McCarran Park, we should increase that. I don't think that anybody would question whether or not we need more. So if there's an opportunity to do that, I would certainly encourage you to consider, or the applicant to consider that. Moving on, the other question that I had was, so can you say a little bit more, or actually, can you please confirm, so all of the public spaces, including the 2 triangles, would be compliant with the public plaza requirements? You're just not, receiving the certification. Is that right?
Well, I guess we tried to clarify before, but the plaza requirements are quite specific. They have dimensions and number of benches and many, many criteria, which we have fully met within the plaza by adding the additional spaces. And even just, speaking frankly and candidly, if you look at them, these unusual angles and things, which we worked closely with city planning staff. They were very helpful. It was a collaborative process in the design. They improved the sightlines, but they couldn't meet those requirements just because they require like a certain square area minimum dimension. So because they're additional and elective, they technically don't meet the plaza requirements. Again, I want to reiterate, they weren't done in any way to avoid them. They're designed to the same standard. They're full of planting and additional public benefits such as seating and greenery and so forth. So they're not designed to a lesser standard, but they don't meet the technical plaza requirements, nor could they without really starting over, or frankly, eliminating them would meet the standards, which is ironic.
That's useful, but could you just clarify what are the requirements that are not met, just for us to have 100% clarity on this, on the triangles?
Sure. For one thing, public plaza can't have a roof over it. So anything that has a roof over it can't be a plaza.
So for example, don't know if I can point with that, but this area here, is an arcade, and so it passes under the building and just creates a covered area, which is great for bike parking, and this is the lobby entrance. So for example, that alone is, doesn't qualify because it isn't open to the sky. That being said, it was elective. We could have just enclosed it, but we thought it was nicer to make full connections through from 12th Street to Berry Street, from Berry Street to 13th Street. So our goal was really to make it as open, accessible, have as many active frontages as possible. But for example, just because that's covered, and we think it's a clever solution because it's a very high ceiling, it's an open space, but that wouldn't meet the plaza requirements, for example.
Got it. That's useful. Thank you. I had another question. So in terms of the, maybe this is a question about the process in which you determine the massing of the building, but what was the rationale for sort of having that open space configuration look like that? I mean, why sort of fractioning the open space in that way? Did you consider another option where you would basically consolidate all the massing and leave the rest of the lot open?
So we felt it was actually
just because, for example, in terms of sunlight, in terms of some of the other features, I think would complement the open space much, much strongly, but would love to hear your rationale for that.
Sure. Well, speaking as both an architect and a planner and taking both those considerations into account, and even this process, which actually formulates and articulates the massing through the Euler process and the approval under an IBIA application, we felt that actually pushing the greater massing to the north and to the eastern portions of the site actually helps that and accentuates that. We wanted to open it towards the park. We wanted to move the massing as far away from McCarran Park as possible. We wanted to actually, by placing it to the north, it actually doesn't cast any shadows on the park. As a matter of fact, the shadows, such as the building creates, are only cast on the much taller building, which is next to it, which is immediately adjacent to it and is twice as tall immediately adjacent to us, which you can see in this perspective, the William Vale Hotel. And then finally, we wanted to kind of break down that massing. So if I show you here, we spent a great deal of care to not just create a single mass, as one might see, but by, going through the process and with the client's input and direction, creating something that was much more articulate. So we felt that this actually was more beneficial. You can see to the left, We've articulated that almost more like a pavilion. It actually fits in with the scale of traditional industrial buildings in the Williamsburg, Greenport area. It was funny, this was the very first place I lived when I moved to New York 30 years ago, and I'm very familiar with how the neighborhood has changed over time. And so I wanted to keep that lower scaled, highly articulated base, and then really bring people in. So you can see that here, where it really separates the massing and puts the taller building behind. And we felt the lower buildings, much more articulate, facing the park, would actually be more effective. And these contain the retail and the industrial uses too, so it really engages. And then finally, we created openings between them, as we discussed earlier, in order to make the plaza as accessible as possible, make it a space you could walk through, make it connections, because 12th Street's a major connection between McCarran Park and the waterfront. So we actually think in the future waterfront parks that are planned there, including Bushwick Inlet. And so we think that this kind of permeability and breaking down the open space and creating a connection between McCarran Park and those major streets that lead to the waterfront. 13th Street is not a through street. So we still made connections to 13, but that's of a lesser nature because that street does not continue through to the waterfront and has a slightly more industrial character, if you will. So we really wanted to play up 12th Street, really play up McCarran Park. We're also pleased that, we're working closely with the council member, and he and others have achieved funding to actually make improvements to McCarran Park across the street. So we actually think this kind of retail and greenery will further support that and help activate that part of the park, which traditionally has been underdeveloped.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. I appreciate that. Just to be fully clear, what I'm referring to is that instead of having the shorter buildings, by pushing them back and maximizing, reconnecting the open space, I think that you can get a much powerful urban design experience on the first floor. But I appreciate your explanation of the rationale. I have one last question, if I may, which is thank you so much also for the emphasis that you've made on the maker spaces, the light industrial. So can you share a little bit more about what type of businesses, what type of companies specifically are you asking? I want to know what industry sectors you're designing for and to help us understand how the floor plans that you've presented.
Let's have Chris Havens address that question.
Thank you.
Quickly, starting with the upper floors, because they're L-shaped and windows on all sides, you're able to divide down. The space is very small. Currently, right now in Brooklyn, there's an extreme shortage of office space under 2,000 feet, under 1,500 rentable square feet. Dumbo, which is the largest container of those spaces, has never been tighter in its entire history. I've worked on it for 25 years. So that's one reason this building is leasable in this current market, which is very tough, but not for small spaces. Williamsburg is an extreme shortage of office space, of small office space. 25 Ken is heavily vacant because it's large space. Little guys, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, those are the tenants in Brooklyn. Those are the tenants that live in Brooklyn, and that's historically been the case throughout Brooklyn. The industrial space is set up for maker space. It's very hard to predict the kind of thing you'll get. You can bank on it because, as Lear Archibald for decades with Evergreen, there's an inexhaustible supply, quote unquote, of industrial tenants under 2,000. But since buildings were never built for industrial tenants like that in Brooklyn, and it's very hard to divide them, people tend to have a hard time finding that space and have to share space. The tenants can be anything from light assembly to art-related makers. You have a lot of people in Brooklyn who will forge hard materials for architectural uses in apartments and in commercial buildings. Like if you see something very special built around here, it may have just come from Brooklyn. Architectural detail, office details. Also people who build some kinds of things for retail can work here, jewelry, things like that. But essentially you go to all comers. New York is an unusual commercial real estate market in that it can have 20 kinds of different tenants in just 30,000 feet. So you market to everybody, to the whole world, and thank God for the internet. They all find you in moments. Space like this is unfindable in this immediate area.
Thank you. That's useful. Can you also expand a little bit on how would loading and unloading for the businesses look like?
We're going to have a curb cut on 13th Street, and there'll be elevators devoted to this space. And we have room for not semis, but for large box trucks to load in.
That's located here? Keep going, Chris, sorry.
Yeah, in that area. And 13th Street is a commercial street. If you walk on it, it's a totally different experience than 12th. In fact, just north of the building, on the upper right-hand corner, is a very, very large mechanical installation for the William Vale building. So it's a perfect place to put a curb cut because you don't want to even stand there. And those tenants will be able to load in. Commissioner Osorio, it's a very good question. Most industrial tenants prefer to be on the ground floor because of the nature of what they're doing. It's very difficult to go up. But tenants that are smaller have to do so because they can't find ground floor space. And ground floor space is probably, smaller ground floor space has been the hottest commercial real estate category for at least 10 years. Certainly hotter than 5,000-foot office, 5,000-foot warehouses.
So all of this is retail, and it's all small spaces again. And Chris worked with us in order to ensure that, like, this would be subdivisable. So you notice the relatively shallow depth. This is not big box retail. Lots of frontage relative to area and depth, specifically designed for small local businesses.
And what makers tend to be, what's happened with makers is you've got an executive, you got 4 or 5 makers people, you got a salesperson, you got a marketer. So you have a combination, it's really a combination of office and making in the same place. It's a workshop, and that's what's popular. That's what happened to the furniture business in Dumbo. Fine furniture people realized they needed the workshop next to their executive offices. So you have the entire company in one small space, and they tend to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. Obviously not large-scale industrial.
I mean, on a personal note, I told you I moved to, this was the first place I lived 30 years ago. I lived with a friend of mine from school who was a furniture maker, who was one of the first people to do a makerspace here about 40 years ago. And he had to move out 20 years ago and move to Kingston. And we want to create a place for his business like Chris's that's about 3,000 or 4,000 square feet. Literally, he was one of the first makers in this area. And, he had to move out. We want to create a home for people like that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions for Mr. Goldman and his team? Thank you.
Thank you all for your patience. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other people to testify? All right, then we will close the hearing. Madam Secretary, is there any other business before us today?
Yes, I have an announcement and a follow-up. So per direction from Chair Garodnick, I've been asked to announce that the City Planning Commission meeting originally scheduled for Tuesday, January 20th, will be consolidated with the City Planning Commission public meeting on Wednesday, January 1st, 2 separate meetings on that day, and we'll start at 10 a.m. Please check the DCP calendar page for more details as we get a bit closer to that meeting. In addition, we have no other business before the Commission, but I do have some public information to share. For those of you who are unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online through DCP's website or by mailing your comments to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271. The time is 2:25.
All right. There being no further business, the meeting is adjourned.
The time is 2:25.
Thank you, Muzzy.
Nice work.